Am I audible? Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you. And can you give me the YouTube link for this particular session?
Uh, yes, sir. Wait.
Yeah. If you can post for this
For,
session.
for this session?
That means for the whole C, for our
Yes, yes,
session.
yes. Yes, yes. Session 30.
Yeah. 30 or 27. I don't know. What is it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. 27, sorry.
Yeah. Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Are all the speakers, including the chair, is present? I could see Kalidas ji, Saxena sir. The FEP HOD is Dr. R. Kumar. Good morning, Kalidas ji. Are you able to hear me? I guess you need to unmute. I cannot hear you.
Okay.
Now it's okay.
Oh, you can hear me now? Okay.
Yes, now it's okay.
I think the host was supposed to facilitate that.
Yeah,
I couldn't do
that. So
Sir,
you're sitting
good
in
morning.
America?
This is Dr. Kumar from DFR DRDO. I joined just
Oh, sir, good morning. How are
because
you?
fine, sir. We had one review meeting of our Gaganyaan program in the morning with our Director General. So kindly
Okay.
excuse us.
But
So
you will
please
be here
proceed.
for the meet. You will be
Yeah.
here for the meeting?
Yeah, I'm chairing the session, sir.
Yes. Okay, fine, fine. Okay. So shall we begin?
Yeah, please, sir. Please, sir. You please proceed, sir.
Okay, fine.
This meeting is being recorded.
So good morning, one and all. It's a pleasant Saturday morning, bit cold here in Delhi, and I expect not the same elsewhere in US or in down south Mysore or even Aurangabad. And not wasting much time, I would like to invite all of you for the session, the 27th technical session on food and nutritional security and sustainable development goals, which is being sponsored by the MIT ADT University Pune. This session will have 3 speakers, including both the chair as well as the co-chair and an invited speaker from US. So, introducing the chair, Dr. Kumar
Yes, sir.
is a, yeah. Dr. Kumar, would you like to come on camera? I'm not able to see you. Okay, let me introduce my esteemed chair for this technical session, Dr. Kumar, who has completed his MSc and PhD in food science, is currently heading the Food Engineering and Packaging Technology Division at the DRDO DFRL Mysore. And he was very good in academics, as he could obtain the gold medal right in every degree he obtained. And he also was a recipient during his college days, the gold medal for the best student in food science and nutrition, given by the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. With over 26 years of experience in food packaging, pertaining to thermal and non-thermal processing technology, he has developed MRE rations for the Army and the Navy, developed a degradable packaging material, which gives a sustainable solution, and also suitable packaging materials for dehydrated vegetables for the Army supply, and has done a lot of noble works, innovative works, catering the defense forces. He also automated the tender coconut water processing system, which was upscaled for the processing of coconut sap, which is popularly known as Mira. Currently, he heads the space food program of DFRL Mysore, and we should be very proud that he is associated with the Gaganyaan mission, which is a tie-up between the ISRO and DRDO. He has obtained many awards in his career, and some of them, there's a huge list, but I would pinpoint a few awards like the Thomas Edison Award or the DRDO Technological Group Award. So these are his key achievements. Apart from that, he had also given patents, of which 9 have been granted and 12 are currently filed, with many book chapters in reputed books to his credit, mainly on food science, packaging, including the Army ration. He has published more than 80 research papers in international journals, and has made over 120 presentations in international seminars and conference. And as a guide, he is also guiding students for the BTech, for the MSc, MTech students, and has also guided PhD students, including he is currently guiding 3 students. So with this, I welcome you, Dr. R. Kumar, to chair this session, and I give it to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for introducing me. And we have other 2 speakers. One is Professor Kalidas Sethi from USA, and then Dr. Sanu Jacob. I will introduce my co-chairperson, Dr. Sanu Jacob. Dr. Sanu Jacob is presently Director, Science and Standards in Food Safety Standards Authority of India, New Delhi, Government of India organization, under Minister of Health and Family Welfare. For some time, he worked as Director Quality Assurance and Director Codex in FSSA. Previously, he has worked as a Joint Director and in charge of Export Inspection Agency, Mumbai region, and which comes under the Export Agent Council of India, Inspection Council of India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He has served as faculty, associate professor, and assistant professor in different academic institutions and in University of Kerala. He has worked as an agriculture researcher and visiting scientist at various places around the world. Dr. Jacob sir obtained his PhD, MSc, and BSc Agriculture from University of Agriculture, Bangalore, GKVK, and gained 3 postdoctoral experience from France, Italy, Canada. So he has achieved an ad hoc qualifications, PG diploma in consumer law and practice, that is from National Law University, Bangalore, US FDA recognized the FSFCA course, and then many other courses. He received EU cost grant twice to carry out short-term scientific missions in Netherlands and then Belgium. He also received Mahos Fellowship twice from the Israeli government and NFP facilities from the Netherlands governments for pursuing advanced agriculture courses in Israel. He also member of the International Society for Horticultural Sciences and Life Association of International Food Safety and Quality Network. In India, he is life member of ICFoST India, Indian Science Congress, Society for Biotechnologies of India, SBTI, and Kerala Academy of Sciences. He is appointed as a Board of Studies in National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, recently established university, and Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies, Kochi, India. He also serves as a member of the Research Advisory Committee of Talk H Institute of Science and Technology, Kerala. To utilize his academic achievements, he served as editorial board member of the Journal of Food and Technology, ICFoST, and Journal of Post-Harvest Technology, and was selected as external reserve expert to evaluate EU cost research proposals. Currently, he is coordinating with FSSA on the scientific panel of the biological hazards and contaminants in the food supply chain. He is currently ex officio member of the scientific panel of methods of sampling analysis. Dr. Jacob sir is having lost experience in agriculture, post-war biology and technology. He has guided and co-guided dissertation to many students. He has given invited lectures in many places. So he's he's having a vast experience of the knowledge in different languages. He can speak Punjabi, Hindi, English, Malayalam, and working knowledge of Kannada, Tamil, Oriya, Punjabi, French, and Italian. His career span over 25 plus years. He worked in multicultural, multidisciplinary environments and fields. So I'm very proud to associate with Dr. Sanu Jacob sir as a core chairperson. Then the next speaker we will introduce when we start. So my sir, Dr. Kalidas Shetty sir, shall we start your presentation, sir?
Sure. That's fine.
So I will, on behalf of the ICFoST India and on behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome warmly Professor Kalidas Shetty sir for this the lecture. He basically a founding director of Global Institute of Food Security and International Agriculture, GIFSIA, and he is also Associate Vice President for International Partnerships and Collaborations, Professor of Plant Science, North Dakota State University, USA. So, see, I take 1 minute about his only these things. Morning I downloaded his CV. It is almost running into around 45 pages because I got downloaded from the Google, so it comes around 45 pages. So it may not be possible to completely tell full about that 45 pages, but he did his BH Agriculture Sciences again from GKVK, where I also did my PhD for some time in the year 94 to 96 along during these things, and then MS Bacteriology from University of Moscow, that is Idaho, and then PhD Microbiology University of these things. Then he is having a vast professional experience starting from 1984 to 85, research assistant microbiology physiology University USA, and then research associate research scientist in biochemical engineering from these things, postdoctoral scientist plant biology Canada, and then assistant professor Department of Food Science University of MIT, and then associate professor Department of Food Science University of MIT, and then Jefferson Science Fellow at the US State Department, and subsequently serving as a consultant from 2005 onwards, and then Professor Department of Food Science University of MIT, founding director. Now he is holding the founding director, the prestigious position in USA, and I just would like to read this the purpose of life is to be useful, to be honorable, to be compassionate, to have it make some difference that you have lived and lived well. That is what his quote he has taken from that in his biodata. The doctor of future will give no medicine, but will interest his her passion in the care of human being in diet and the cause and prevalence of the diseases, where he is quoting from the Thomas Alva Edison. Also he is quoting from Albert Einstein that human being is a part of the whole called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circles of compassion and to embrace all living human beings. So, with this brief, the philosophical note, I request Professor Kalidas sir to give his lecture on the topic. We are very proud to have with you, sir. Over to Professor Kalidas sir.
Thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. We are hearing, sir.
Yep. Okay. I will now share. Okay. You can see my screen?
Not yet.
Hello? Yeah. Okay.
Not
You can?
still. Not yet, sir.
I shared my, not yet?
Not yet,
Not
sir.
yet.
Oh.
I request these organizers to give the access to this presentation. Administrator.
Because I said screen, share. Oh, okay. Now let me go. 1 minute. Says share. How about now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Not.
Yes.
Yeah, please open that presentation, sir.
Oh, okay. I have this screen come in the way. Okay. Okay. How about now? You can see my screen?
We can see your screen, but not the presentation. We can see the files
Files.
listed files.
Oh,
But I guess if you just double click one of those file, the presentation file, hopefully we can see.
okay. I just stopped sharing. I will escape. 1 minute.
ಅದು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕಾಳಿದಾಸ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಸರ್.
Or sir, what
here
I would suggest you to share the entire screen rather than going with the presentation. Sometimes when you share the
okay, here I have, it says entire screen.
Yes.
Yes. And why is this? Okay. Share. How about now?
It's the same old listed files. If you can just
Okay, should I?
Yes, click. Now you can click it. Yeah.
You can see?
Probably it takes time for opening. Just wait for. If it is a large file, I could see the size is quite big, but not that much. 400, 4.
Okay, let me do another thing. Okay, I'll stop this. I'll share my PDF. That's easier.
That will be easier.
Yeah. Okay, share screen. Yes, can you see now?
It's back to the same
Why
screen.
is that?
Just click to the PDF. Are you able to see the PDF opened in your screen?
Yeah, I can see in my screen.
Or else is it the firewall issue? Probably you need to give access to Zoom in your setting.
The IT people are telling they're given access, sir. They're given access to share the slide. IT people.
Yeah.
is the struggle? Yeah, it says it's sharing. Uh,
We could see your screen for some time, and then not the even the listed files. Yes, we could see something on the screen.
uh,
It is telling crystal clear audio. Yes, we are able to see your desktop.
Okay, and I'm now opening. You can
Yeah.
see me opening.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
I guess it should work
How about
now.
now?
Yeah, just double click, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've double clicked.
Yes, now it is open. Yeah, now it has opened.
Okay. Oh,
You can
sorry
you
about
can
all
put
this.
yes.
Okay, now?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Oh, sorry about all this. I'll try to catch up on time. Uh, so today, what I'd like to do is our food system as we face climate change and the challenges of.
The
Uh,
recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I like to provide a framework on how ecological basis for food system, and its consequences, and how we need to rethink about our food system, both based on climate resilient challenges that we are facing, but at the same time, uh, how that is it translate into public health issues. So with that in mind, can we have a sort of a strategy where we address both these issues on the same logical platform? So I'm going to sort of provide you the rationale for that, and then some of the research that we have done. I just have 20 slides to be brief. And so from that, how do we look at climate resilient based food security and nutritional challenges? So if we look at our larger challenges that we face today, we are a population of about 7.5 billion on the planet today. But suddenly since 2001, the facet of food security has changed. Not only that we need to feed 1 billion people, but also we have 2 billion out of 7.5 billion who are having too much of these macronutrients, particularly soluble carbohydrate, high refined carbohydrate based diet. And the consequence of that is we have an imbalance towards comorbidity burdens with these high calories, with low levels of macronutrients or low level of whole foods or low level of having low fiber foods. And the consequence of this is, in addition to the malnourishment that we already face, we have the global obesity crisis moving towards comorbidity, and we can see the consequence of that in immunity failure. And even in this COVID epidemic, the comorbidity was an important susceptibility to the disease. It's still emerging, but comorbidity was an important element. And so while we see all this, one of the biggest challenges that humanity faces is the environmental consequences of the carbon burden, which is essentially since last 100 years or more than 100 years since industrialization, we have used two major fuels, which is coal and petroleum. So 60% of our global energy basket comes from non-renewable carbon base. And the consequence of that is the uncontrolled global warming that we are facing, from pre-industrial carbon dioxide level of 0.03% to current 0.035%, to by the end of the century reaching to 0.04%. And this is very unsustainable and is the biggest challenge humanity faces, where we are in the midst of potential sixth anthropogenic driven extinction. And so therefore, as we look at energy decentralization away from fossil fuels, from the 60% basket we have, to something that's more manageable and where we manage this climate change that we are facing. So we need to look at all these challenges in a system logic because they're all interrelated. So it is the environmental and ecological foundation that shapes all other facets, from agriculture to food systems, and the breakdown of the food system to health. And therefore, they're all connected. And unless we look at a systems-based logic where we look at common control points that intersect into all of these challenges, then and define a hypothesis based on a system logic, then we will not solve these major challenges, but because they're all interconnected challenges. So with that in mind, all we need to look at all the way from soil health to human health if we are looking at food security and the public health challenges. So we need a very rigorous systems-based ecological approach to our food system and build a whole food system, and I'll further build a rationale for that. So in sort of summarizing this, so some of the major challenges that we face now and we need to address is we have 7.5 billion people, where 1 billion are still hungry, 1 point or close to 2 billion having these comorbidity linked non-preventable, non-communicable diseases. And we have to address both these challenges with the climate changing, which is the biggest challenge humanity faces now. And so how do we address this? At the same time, many of the antidotes for many of the comorbidity and immunity breakdowns, which is fruits and vegetables, we are not preserving that very well. And so managing that also is very important because that widens our food diversity. So food diversity is very necessary, not only for building climate resilience, but it's a diversity that will help us to conquer hunger, but also manage the preventable chronic diseases that we need to manage. So that fourth domain of food preservation, especially fruits, vegetables, what's beyond the grains, is a very important challenge we face. And so those are the four platforms on which my institute works: is the hunger challenge, preventable chronic disease, how do we address this with climate change in front of us, and also what are these antidotes in the wider food diversity, particularly fruits and vegetables beyond the grains, that we need to manage and build into our diet, at a higher level. And so that's a very critical element as a planet reaches about 10 billion by the end of the century. But for right now, we need to look at and manage for 9 billion people by 2050. So that's what's in front of us. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest failures of our current food system is the lack of whole food profiles. Means we have refined our food to such a point, we have such high soluble carbohydrate based diet, and the consequence of that is immediate conversion to fat, which is a natural body response. So this whole failure of the whole food profile and lack of diversity has consequences at two major levels. One is we consume, we eat the carbon fixed food, but it's actually the oxygen that we breathe that goes through ultimately to the mitochondria is really where the control point of how well that energy is managed, but also where all the breakdown occurs towards major comorbidity and these preventable chronic diseases. So the whole food will redox modulation and its management. It's what we do, in terms of redox function and mitochondrial function. Those need to be also managed within the diet. And in our current diet, in a micronutrient balance, we have not even considered that redox biology based malfunctions. And if you look at all the major comorbidities that we see, including inflammatory breakdown, they're all oxygen malfunction related breakdowns. And the second important is our body is, the fiber that we do not really take too much is very critical for the 1.5 kilogram or 2 kilogram of the beneficial microbiome that's in our gut and communicates with our gut-brain axis that controls every basis of our metabolism. So both of these oxygen function, malfunction, and the microbiome support need to be enriched from a wide variety of food system and whole food system, and that needs to be brought back. And so we need to build this all the way from soil health to human health. So this microbiome based platform uh, with the redox biology as a critical foundation is essentially required as we retune our food system and build a much more systems based approach where we consider the ancient prokaryotic system and also link it to about 1 billion years ago when our eukaryotic system emerged, and more so ultimately 500 million years ago, 500 million years ago, when land plants emerged. It's just from that we built a photosynthetic based agroecology system. So there are a series of events on Earth's history and its ecology that we need to consider, but it all boils down to failure of this redox biology based malfunctions and also the microbiome support, for which we need to have a very diverse array of food system, which actually it's already there in our traditional food system. So in every ecology, in every human experience, we had this whole food diverse diet that we moved away from in the last 100 years as we refined our foods and narrowed what nutrition is and moved away from a whole food profile system. So now we can integrate technology to the ecology, to sustaining the ecology driven food system. So this is also much more resilient for climate change, which I will point to you in a minute. So in other words, all our ancient prokaryotic history, whether it's archaea or later prokaryotes, and ultimately as mitochondria and chloroplast based system emerged about 1 billion years ago, and ultimately land plant development. And we need to look at the common metabolic control point of these interactions and how they then shaped 10,000 years ago when we started living in Neolithic communities, the food ecology that we built from it, from domestication, and particularly River Valley civilization that we can document, where a lot of the current food systems domestication emerged. And this need to be tied back into the common metabolic control point of our historical, ecological foundation of Earth's history and Earth's biology. And so with this in mind, as I already told you, a major chronic disease, comorbidity, and the inflammatory breakdown and redox breakdown, they all coupled. And it's this mitochondrial cytosolic link that our food needs to couple so that we do not have the breakdown towards breakdown of redox function towards disease, whether it's say cancer or COX-2 regulatory function or every major disease where the drugs are designed. But really, we need to look at a holistic approach where redox modulation then balances out the overall cellular protection. And how does diet do this? So diet is not just one compound or two compound, it's a holistic approach. And so how does it regulate these protective mechanisms around the mitochondrial and cytosolic function instead of just, overexpressing the Krebs or TCA cycle? It's better coupled to the anabolic protective mechanism where the redox regulation can be better coupled towards antioxidant type protection. So the diet needs to support that. And so that's a very important core concept that we need to look at as we look at oxygen biology being the critical regulator of the mitochondrial function from which we derive our energy. So therefore, as we look at our calorie burden, not all calories are the same. Glucose is handled very differently from fructose. So as we look at this balance of a carbohydrate balance and how that gets into lipids and carbohydrates and fiber and coupled with minerals and vitamins and overall redox biology, what we see is we need a combinatorial profile. It means a diverse diet from which we need a optimum energy balance, but also optimum anabolic response through the pentose phosphate pathway. That means both catabolic anabolic coupling must be much more effective instead of just overloading ourselves with high refined carbohydrates. So this rationale is very critical, because as we have built a modern food diet with high calorie, refined sugar, high carbohydrate diet, you can see its consequences that break down in these comorbidity diseases, starting with diabetes, moving on to cardiovascular disease, cancer, and they're all linked diseases. And so obesity enhances this oxidation link breakdown, and therefore retuning a whole diverse diet, rich in wide array of plant foods, but also even if you have with the animal foods, we also couple it more effectively to a plant-based food system. So how we grow our chicken or eggs, and or even if we do aquaculture, it has to be much more rigorously linked to the photosynthetic foundation of our food, of our ecology. And so this even, it comes, even our herbs and spices are linked this way. And therefore the redox foundation is not a new concept. They're at every level of ecological adaptation, either in the reproductive phase or stress adaptation plays of plant system. So this sessile plant, as it deals with the wider ecology at every level, antioxidant response or signal development, stress response, seed vigor response, at all of these ecological response, it does have a redox coupling biochemistry. So this biochemistry needs to be we need to bring it into our food system. And therefore, this is not something new. Our ancestors have already, in different ecologies, built this food system in some way, in a holistic manner. So we need to dig deeply into that coupling and bring it back towards our cellular biochemistry, but also a more rigorous ecological based biochemistry. How does the ecology shape our inner biochemistry is very important. So this ecology based approach is then provides us with a whole sequence of compounds that's already there in our diet. For example, dopa is a very important part of our dopaminic neurotransmitter system. Likewise, isoflavonoids are important part of our estrogen biology. Flavonoids can be antimicrobial. So all of these are like rosmarinic acid or curcumin, and like turmeric. They're all biphenolics having many dual function within our biology. So these range of compounds can be bought in a whole food system and very much coupled into the redox biology, but also structure function modulation at individual pathway level, so that they do not break down towards these chronic diseases that we are facing. So if we look at it that way, even if you look at Tulsi and Pudina, both have this biphenolic, which is similar to in structure sort of to curcumin, but it's highly hydroxylated. So that favors a lot of redox coupled response, favorable redox response. So in our approach, we screen for these high rosmarinic acid clonal lines, because both Tulsi and Pudina, they're very cross-pollinating. So we need to isolate single seed phenotypes that are high in these biphenolics that are redox modulators. So such kind of logic need to be brought into our diet at a much higher level, and therefore, and further, we need to also have a high fiber to feed our gut microbiome. So this gut microbiome function is also equally important as the redox biology coupling mechanism. So looking at these two facets, we've applied this to type 2 diabetes. That's where a lot of our focus is, which is a disease from which all other diseases emerge. So the first failure of our non-communicable chronic disease is actually, you can see first in diabetes before it goes to cardiovascular and other diseases. So this carbohydrate breakdown can actually be very well managed with a very holistic diet, because in our diet, we can easily get these digestive inhibitors which can slow down the glucose so that the insulin is given more time. Insulin is not it doesn't draw on the pancreas to keep, demanding insulin. And therefore, a whole fiber diet that supports the microbiome, but also structure function regulators that are there in many of these wide array of fruits and vegetables and herbs, legumes in a whole grain form from the cell wall. So they all can be very effective, regulators of both at the example at alpha amylase or alpha glucosidase, which is very much similar to where some of the drug targets are targeted against some of this. But also in the later stages of diabetes, like beta cell function, oxidative breakdown, blood pressure control, they all can be brought into our food. So that's what many of my students have done. They have looked at different ecologies and traditional food system where glucose control regulating compound, beta cell function regulating compound, oxidative breakdown, microvascular managing compound, blood pressure managing compound, they can be all found in the diet, in a holistic diet, from the local ecology, and an ecology that has been shaped by cultural framework as well. So with that kind of logic, we are trying to rebuild our food system across different plant food species, and sort of building back a rich, diverse array of whole grain, high fruits and vegetable based diets. So with this logic, another important logic we are looking at is many of the compounds that are produced under stress resilience of plants, which can help the plant to manage the abiotic stress like salinity stress, drought stress, heat stress. Some of the major compounds that we are looking at for redox function or microbiome support, they are the very compounds that we are seeing are being produced in response to these biotic stresses that the plant need to manage. So in a sense, these dual function inducible compounds can also be the foundation for our health. So that means they're not only good for the plant, but they also translate into benefits. So this food crops for climate resilience in human function, this dual function logic, we are now starting to apply, and we're getting very good results across many species from different parts of the world. So that's in a nutshell what I wanted to say in the 20 minutes. I'm sorry that we had some trouble with the initial stage, but that's my 20 slides. So in summary, we need to go back to the ecology. Mother Earth and the biochemistry of the Mother Earth needs to come to us. And how do we do this very rationally? But at the same time, all the good things we have built in the green revolution or modern food system, how we have built the micronutrient balance. Okay, some of those technologies are still very good, our processing technologies, or all of these technologies can still be integrated. But this whole element of the food chain should be sort of rebuilt into our daily diet. So this diversity, food diversity, is very essential, and the ecology of that diversity. So with that, I will stop and then
I request
happy to
Professor.
answer any questions.
I request Professor Sanu Jacob to summarize this presentation and give the response.
Thank you, Dr. Kalidas ji, for giving a very insightful presentation involving a lot of physiology in your presentation. Definitely, as you have taken us to the past, right from the beginning, from where the human civilization emerged and projected towards the 9 billion population by 2050, and showing us the imbalance which might lead to the malnutrition and obesity, and morbidity was also highlighted. So you have taken a very holistic approach with a lot of physiology going into the cellular aspect, and given a very insightful full presentation. So I really appreciate that, and pointing out on the current failures in the food system, especially the highly refined carb-based diet and lack of diversity in food is also one of the key point which you have indicated in your presentation. So definitely this is I would say a lead for other researchers and especially the students to evolve technologies where we can replace this kind of high refined carbohydrate or a solo diet to multi-rich nutritionally enriched biodiverse food. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dr. Sanu Jacob. He is the director FSSA. So he will be speaking on the safe and nutritionally underlined foods for meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goal 2 and 3. Since I joined little late, so I will take give my presentation at the end. So I request to Dr. Sanu Jacob, FSSA, Director FSSA, to speak on the topic of safe and nutritionally underlined Sanu foods for meeting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2 and 3. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're only able to see the screen. And even the slides?
Yes, yes. Slides also visible, sir. You can put in a slide mode, sir. Present. Now it is okay.
That is okay?
Yes, yes, please.
Well, I just, when this invitation came from ICFoST to speak, I thought we speak a lot of, on different aspects, but why not to connect with something related, pertaining to SDG, because that is what the world is looking in 2030. So before the start of my presentation, I would like to wholeheartedly thank the organizer, especially Professor Udayana Purne ji and his team for giving me the invitation and also giving me the privilege to be a co-chair for this technical session. And also to the sponsors of this technical session. And it's an acronym which I created. So today I will be speaking, Dr. Sanu will be speaking on Sanu food. Well, Sanu here stands for safe and nutritionally underlined food, which I will be speaking in my presentation. So before going, when we talk about food safety, food security, I thought there are also young audience who are watching live in YouTube, especially the BSc and master students, to give some insight on what is a food. So I will start from a basic food and then gradually, escalate into the food safety and food security concept, leading to the Sustainable Development Goals. So it comes from an old word. We never thought like what is the origin of food. It is an old English word which means fuel. You might have heard the word fodder. So fodder is, I would say, it's quite highly related to that particular term. And it gives nutritive as well as non-nutritive when you ingest, assimilate. The purpose of any food into human is to give energy, stimulate growth, and maintain life. And legally, in FSSAI, since I am representing FSSAI, so from the FSSAI perspective, anything that is processed, partially processed or unprocessed, including genetically modified or engineered food, even the infant food, packaged drinking water, alcoholic drink, chewing gum, any substance. So all this comes under the purview of food category, but does not include feed, live animals, or plants prior to harvesting, drugs, medicinal products, cosmetic, narcotic, or psychotropic substance. So what you are seeing on the red text are not considered yet as food, but the blue text are considered as food. So this is a legal definition of food, which you can also get in the internet. So it's a highly interdisciplinary subject or science, which you can connect with agriculture, biology, biochemistry, physics, medicine, and since FSSA is dealing with the law, so you can also connect the food science with law. And when we see the 17 SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goal, I could see, we can connect with food the SDG 1, 2, 3, SDG 6, SDG 12, and also, yeah. So these are some of the SDGs we can connect it with food, but particularly SDG 2 and 3 can be linked because they speak about the food security as well as the food safety, which is towards good health and well-being. So food security, the main emphasis is on public health. So we are focusing on these four pillars as per the FAO, definition. Uh, the food security exists when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preference for an active and healthy life. So I have already underlined sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. So this also encompasses in the food security program, where the pillars like the availability, that means sufficient quantity of appropriate and quality food, then stability, that refers to the availability of adequate food at all times, even during, if there is some natural calamities or drought or flood. I mean, we should have a stable production because the population is growing. Every person in the world should have their right to the food. And then access, whether it is rich, poor, they should have access to the appropriate food. And utilization, where the people utilize the food properly through food storing, processing practice, have sufficient knowledge where they can apply the nutritional, health, sanitation, social, cultural, and spiritual parameters of the food. So all these four pillars are tightly linked to the food security with the purpose to provide safe and nutritious food to the humans. And when I, connect the dots, which has been taken from the Balan research, where you can see we can get a healthy life when the food safety and food security join hand in hand. So especially if you are able to see my cursor, you can see this is a healthy life where food safety involves, it has a chain right from the production till fork or till consumer. And the big challenge are the hazards, the physical, chemical, and biological. And the food security, which I already mentioned with the four pillars. So when we combine together, so they are, I would say, they are the two sides of the same coin, but both are important. I cannot say food security is head and food safety is tail. No, I would say both are heads, and they are part and parcel of has to be there together. And looking at the food production scenario, you can see from 2005 onwards, the food grain production has increased from 208 million tons and till 285, because when I split the 285 million ton with the staple food like rice, wheat, pulses, so this is the bifurcation of this 285. And so there is an increasing trend in the food production, but also there is an increasing trend in the population scenario. Now we have crossed 1.3 billion population in India. But another trend, what the UN has projected is the percentage change in the population, which is decreasing, and it is expected like India will get the negative population growth trend after 2060s. In fact, China has already, is going to attain by 2030. The challenge, we have a lot of hands. There is green revolution, a lot of food, but it is not reaching to all this, hands. So in fact, that is sad. Like 25% of the Indian population is still below poverty line, and that is where the food security comes into picture, and for which the government of India, through their public distribution schemes and different programs, they are trying to improve the food production, reduce the post harvest loss, as well as reach to the public, so that they can have, especially the poor people, so that they can have the food. And coming to the food safety challenge, we have the foodborne microorganisms. Some of these microorganisms leads to toxins. Like from fungus, we get the mycotoxins, or the emerging plant disease coming from one country and going to another, sanitation quality, allergen, GMOs. So all these things are current global food safety issues. And another concern which is coming are the food fraud in terms of dilution, counterfeiting, substitution, concealment, mislabeling. In fact, many of the regulations from FSSAI on labels or also on stringent measures on enforcement are being taken up by the FSSAI to curtail this food fraud. So why there is a need for food safety? Because, as I said, the population is increasing, so you can expect change in the food habits, increased processing and handlings are happening in the food, change in the process, new products are coming, globalization is happening. And how we can ensure is through self-compliance, which FSSAI does, because we are a handful of people who can, manage 1.3 billion population. So we, always emphasize it is a shared responsibility. So through self-compliance and through following the food regulation, which come out from FSSAI or from the codex. So coming to the physical hazards, anything that is physical in nature, like stone, hair, jewelry, matchstick, which comes into the food, can create a problem. It can be in terms of choking. It can also lead to death. So this is one challenge in the food safety. Chemical hazards, they are again, invisible, like pesticide residues, veterinary residues, or some added adulterant, which can also pose threat to the human life. And the microbiology, I would say, rate it as more danger, particularly the bacteria like Salmonella, Listeria, Staphylococcus. There is a long list, but just a generic. I want to give a bird's eye view. Like these three hazards, when they come together or act individually, or can come through as part of the cross contamination, can create a problem in the food system. So from the food safety perspective, that is what we encourage, is to follow some good agriculture practice, good manufacturing practice, good hygiene practice, HACCP. There are a lot of terms, preventive control, which is being largely adopted by the US FDA, or the Food Safety and Standard Act and Regulations, Codex Alimentarius. So the purpose is the hazards are there, and the food is being exposed. So only way is to go and prevent using all this, techniques like GAP, GMP, GHP, etc., to make the food safe. And from the food security perspective, like from planet to plate, if we keep the planet in bad shape, in bad environment, like the floods, drought, this is again largely due to the human actions, overexploitation, then definitely it is going to affect the agriculture, which can lead to the food shortage. And the best way to prevent this, or to bring food security, would be again good agricultural practices, improve the production technology, or even respecting the planet. It has to come right from the day we are born, and less or no food wastage, sustainable consumption. So all such practices, when we practice, then definitely we can also reduce or the food security challenges. Now, just in a bit about the food regulations in India. I was fortunate to work in both these regulatory bodies. My previous organization was EIC, which looks into which comes under the Ministry of Commerce, and looks also into certain notified commodities which are meant for export from India, with the purpose to ensure sound development of Indian export trade through quality control and pre-shipment inspection. So these are the products. Most of the food products have been covered under the EIC notified commodities, like the marine, egg, meat, honey, processed food, basmati rice. Even certain specific products are also being covered under the EIC notified commodities. So they are the body which looks after the food which are meant for exports to elsewhere, out from India. While FSSAI looks into the domestic as well as import food, comes under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Uh, we had a lot of acts before, right from the independence time. But in 2006, all these acts, due to overlapping many challenges, they all were put in one umbrella, which is the FSSA, the Food Safety and Standard Act. And from 2011 onwards, the regulations started coming. So to run the FSSA Act, the authority was formed in 2008, and the regulations started coming, where in FSSA we lay down on science-based standards with the intention to regulate their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale, and import of food, with the sole objective to provide safe and wholesome food for human consumption. And the pillars, how the FSSAI is running, is for the food authority, which provides scientific and technical advice to central and state government. And once the food authority approves, the regulation is being passed on to the stakeholders, including the FBOs. Then we have the Central Advisory Committee, which coordinates a coordination group between the state and the center. Like every state has their food commissioner, which looks into the field or the food enforcement. So the policies, what are being framed at the center, whether it is rightly being carried forward by the states, so that is taken care by the CAC, Central Advisory Committee. We have scientific committees and panels, because, as I said, FSSAI works on science-based principles to adopt, food safety aspects, or to formulate some regulations, and for which we have, different standards. I have not represented the whole standard here due to, lack of space, but we have 21, panels which look after various vertical standards and horizontal standards. Horizontal standard means it can be applied to the vertical standard. It is not specific, while vertical standards are very specific to a particular food category. So with the emergence of FSSA, as I said, it overlapped, or it took all those, repealed all those old laws. And now we have the integrated line of command, focus on the strategic issue, promote self-compliance. There is a licensing happening through the single window. There are penalties if something is being done. There are penalties and speedy disposal, and consumer education through FOSTAC or other programs are happening on a regular basis. And we also see whether our Indian food system is harmonized with the global measure, particularly with the Codex Alimentarius. So this is in nutshell the food categories. Almost all the foods have been covered, and we have also given scope for category 100, where between 1 to 18, which are not covered, are covered in category 100. And we take all the stakeholders, the research institutes, regulators. In fact, Dr. Kumar, the chair, is also one of the member in the scientific panel of FSSAI. So their involvement is very essential to bring new guidelines on food safety. And as I said, FSSAI is aligned to the SDGs because we are improving the health of India, where this current challenge, the undernutrition, micronutrition, and the obesity or overnutrition is happening. In fact, as per the index, Global Hunger Index, we are not, we are out, our score is, or our rank is 102 out of the 117 countries. And we have the challenge of the micronutrient malnutrition and also the obese challenges. And due to which we are expecting, close 5.87 million deaths are happening, mainly due to this food lifestyle, or I would say the eating habits, which leads to cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancers, and other unhealthy lifestyles. So for that reason, to align, with the UN SDGs, we came up with the Eat Right India with the tagline "Sahi Bhojan, Behtar Jeevan." That means better food or right food and better life, which is foundation for this movement, and it has been aligned to the National Health Policy of 2017. Where the key themes that we emphasize is on eat safe, eat healthy, and eat sustainable. What eat safe means, like hygienic food, where good hygiene practice, good manufacturing practices have been adopted. So we encourage those kind of system. Adulteration is being combated. Emphasis is given to reduce the toxins and contaminants. So that is the eat safe aspect. Eat healthy is what even my previous speaker, Dr. Kalidas, had mentioned: diet diversity, promoting diet diversity, balanced diets, and sustainable is promoting more local and seasonal food, and preventing food loss, food waste, conserve water. So all this, little things, what is shown here in the slide, are forming the three pillars of eat safe, eat healthy, and eat sustainable under the Eat Right India campaign. Another thing which we encourage is to reduce the intake of ice, fats, sugar, and salt, because we believe that these are the key causal, I would say, causal, I'm not getting the word, factors which leads to obesity and other cardiovascular disease, especially all the non-communicable diseases. So utmost importance is being given to reduce the consumption of these HFSS foods. And for that reason, we have social media campaign going nationwide. We have also roped in and Bollywood actor Rajkumar Rao. It has been shown in many commercials, cinema theaters, Aaj Se Thoda Kam campaign, mainly with the emphasis to reduce the HFSS foods in the diet. A lot of posters have also been evolved to reduce this HFSS food. And another program which FSSAI emphasizes is on the food fortification. this last year, Honorable Prime Minister also, emphasized on food fortification program, because micronutrient deficiencies are being seen, especially with respect to vitamins, vitamin B, vitamin A, D, iron, zinc, iodine. So more, emphasis is given to fortify this micronutrients in staple foods like rice, milk, or oil. And standards have also been set, and to encourage this kind of food fortification. FSSAI had also launched FFRC, for which Bill Gates, the Microsoft chair, then CEO, had come, and based on their foundation, Bill Gates and Melinda Foundation, the FFRC, had come, and there is a dedicated website which tells about the food fortification. So anything with plus F logo, which is Sampurna Poshan Swasth Jeevan, encouraging all this micronutrient like vitamin A, D, iron, folic acid, B12, iron, and iodine, have been encouraged to be put in this respective staple foods. We are also aligned with the ICDS, the Integrated Child Development Service, midday meal, and a lot of public distribution schemes of Government of India. Another thing which FSSAI is emphasizing is on the freedom from trans fat. In fact, this January 2022, we have advocated to go not beyond 2% trans fat, because trans fat encourage this bad cholesterol like VL, DL, and LDL, and lowers good cholesterol, the HDL. And especially the industrial trans fat pose major risk, which is coming through vanaspati, margarine, and bakery shortenings. So FSSAI wants the freedom at 75, because India will be celebrating the 75 years of independence this year. And for that, a lot of public awareness campaigns are being done. In fact, last year we also conducted a surveillance on trans fat, and it gave some very good encouraging result. Like it is going towards less than 2% goal. And we have also encouraged through the Eat Right India movement, Edible Oil Association, bakery associations, to come forward, voluntarily commit to reduce the industrial trans fat in their food products. So a lot of posters also have come out to educate the public what are trans fat, where it is found, why it is bad, so that all this non-communicable diseases, obesity challenges, cardiovascular problems can be cut down. And for that reason, we have also formed the Eat Right Society, involving all these key stakeholders, the businesses, the consumer organizations. We have a lot of acronyms like NetcoFan, NetProFan, NetscoFan, schools and colleges, policymakers, administrators. So all this are put in one umbrella just to promote Eat Right, to mobilize and promote Eat Right in India. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has said many times, Sabka Saath, Sabka Prayat, Sabka Vikas. So we believe, like all this, government bodies, the whole government bodies, whether it is CSIR, DRDO, ICAR, Agriculture Ministry, or Consumer Affairs Ministry. So all these things have to come together and see that they work hand in hand with to achieve these four pillars of environment, choices, value chains, food standards, from the primary food perspective, as well as from the places and people, and evolve a food system that can give healthy food to the Indian population. Now, a bit on the nutritionally underlined food. I always tell my students, color is power. Anything which is more colorful, you can expect a lot of nutrition in that. So most of these fruits and vegetables, like which contains vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, proteins, fibers, they should be encouraged to be eaten more. And as we say, it has the ORAC, the oxygen radical absorption capacity. So whenever we take any food, there is some toxins that comes from the metabolic process, and for that reason, this antioxidant serves as a strength to combine with those toxins and take it away from our body. And since color is power, all this, when you see the reds, the yellow, orange, all this anthocyanins, lycopenes, flavonoids, you are getting all from fruits and vegetables. So even certain animal products also give some carotene based, like the milk or cheese, even fish. They are also a good source of some of this antioxidants. So we should promote such kind of diet, which are which are found rich in nature. And I was seeing the American system, where they have evolved a pyramid where they are encouraging unlimited food supply to your body, especially vegetables, fruits, beans. And as the pyramid narrows down, you have to eat it rarely or once in a week. That approach has to be given, because when you see the density per nutrient per calorie, the nutrition density is higher in green vegetables compared to the animal-based food, and it is lowest in all this oil, refined flour, sugars, etc. And the Andy score, the aggregate score, which was developed by Dr. Joel, higher score you can see on your left are more towards fruits and vegetable when compared to the animal products. So this is again, based. Of course, the scores are tentative. It varies from places to places, from variety to variety. But this is kind of a general score, which you can see most of the crucifers like kale, collard, choy, spinach, broccoli. They are giving a lot of nutrition when compared to other less nutrition like cheese or ice creams or French fries. So more encouragement should be there given, because this particular Andy score was developed based on the micronutrient, that means comprising the vitamins, antioxidants, all those things have been combined together, and it is just a simple formula to divide with the calories. So we are also aligned. When I see the Eat Right India movement, we are also encouraging a lot of fruits and vegetables, cereals and pulses, and plenty of water. This is and follow the right diet, less of animal products, because it has been seen that this 3/4 of this plant-based food definitely is helpful to meet the food safety in terms of disease challenge. So it is very helpful. And this is the same which is also been encouraged by the MOFPI, the Ministry of Food Processing Industry, where you can see half of the plate, a diet, 500 gram or more, are based plant-based, and rest, few percentage is the animal-based food. So the SDGs, you can link it to the food safety. SDG 1 speaks on no poverty. SDG 2 is speaking on zero hunger, good health. SDG 3 is speaking on good health and well-being. The time is ticking. So the food safety and food security can be linked to the SDGs, and the Niti Aayog has also aligned, with certain focus areas, how you can link the SDGs. So compared to the food, safe drinking water and sanitation, or access to food grains at subsidized price, stunting and wasting. So all this, directly or indirectly are related to the food safety. When we see SDG 3, mortality ratio, neonatal or under 5 mortality rates. So again, focusing on malnutrition foods or anemic, iron-rich foods, which can bring down the anemia challenges. So all those things, the SDGs can be linked to the food safety and food security. And SDG 12 is speaking on the sustainable consumption. So low post-harvest loss, distribution loss, and adopting good waste management measures. So the ultimate aim of SDG is to, work with to achieve this 5 P's: people, planet, partnership, peace, prosperity. So, it is not like SDGs work in silos. They have to go hand in hand. In fact, SDG 17, if you see, it is the partnership of all the goals. It is the mix of all this 1 to 16 have been, is coming together and coming as SDG 16. So, to reach the sustainable goal by 2030 and to get welfare for people, planet, we need active partnership which can bring peace and prosperity. So the key takeaways, again, this is my last slide, are that safe and nutritionally underlined foods are essential for human health and for their well-being. Then there is no food security without food safety. There is no heads, no tails. Both go hand in hand. And we need to adopt sustainable consumption patterns. The distribution of food has to go, every hand should get equal and right amount of food, and encourage eat nutritionally dense food, encourage nature friendly food production, like less of organic food production, less of pesticides or contaminants, fertilizers. So all those chemical things can be avoided, because we have seen this contaminants come into the food system and can create further health problem. Employ equitable livelihood, because we also focus on the people. Ultimately, the SDGs are focusing on the people for the farmers. So definitely it should give employment opportunities for the livelihood. And it is also linked to the SDG 1, which is no poverty. So livelihood can definitely address SDG 1. And as I said, food safety is based on science, so please apply it always. It's always better to apply the One Health approach, because I believe it improves a lot of food safety, and not the least, eat safe, eat healthy, and eat sustainable. So thank you once again for giving me the time, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sanu Jacob, for exhaustive, elaborate presentation on the promoting safe and nutritionally underlined foods for meeting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2 and 3. You have covered the term how food word originated, and then ended with the food security, food safety, and then how the population scenario is increasing, and then food safety challenges and food regulations in India, particularly the role of FSI in bringing the food safety, food security, and then sustainable development, how Niti Aayog is also covering these aspects. So a very exhaustive talk, and on behalf of the organizers of ICFoST 28, I thank you for sparing your time and giving a very beautiful presentation on this topic. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Now I will make, because already we are in the 30 minutes delay, so I will make a brief presentation.
Thank you. I request my chair, honorable chair, to come forward and give the presentation.
Just a minute, just 2 minutes, 2 seconds, sir.
Yes, yes. So you're not able to share. Are you able to get the share screen?
Sir, nothing is audible.
Yes, sir. I can also. I don't know. There is some technical glitch happened at the end of chair. Yes, they have come back.
Hello, are you hearing, sir? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
But
Please
sir,
go
there are
ahead.
some technical problem is there. I am unable to share the screen. I will speak without slides only.
Okay, sir. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see your desktop. Your slides are also visible. You have to just put in the full screen mode.
Now you are okay, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Screen.
Sorry for this thing. So sorry, because the technical things are, I'm not that much these things. IT sustainable food technologies I will be speaking. So when we talk about the global population food demand, as you mentioned already, the Indian population, the global population is increasing very rapidly. So we need to provide the safe, nutritious and food in a secured way. So food demand is expected to increase anywhere between 59 to 98% by 2050. The worldwide, the problem is the cultivable land is shrinking. Farmers worldwide will need to increase the crop production. So we need to provide the biotechnological or the high-end agriculture practices so that the food demand can be met. By predicting the food needs and supplies, we need to evolve a lot of vertical estimates, and subsequently we have to increase the food requirement for the population. The population by 2050 it will reach around 9.6 billion. This is what the World Bank estimate. And by seeing Indian side, the India's population is expected to surpass China's around 2028, when the both countries will have population of around 1.45 billion population. So there is a increase in the demand of the food production, and simultaneously the resources available in the countries or the globe we have to take care. So coming to the food waste, when we are talking about the sustainability, according to the Food Corporation India FCI, the loss for cereals and oilseeds are lower about 10 to 12% in the last 5-6 years. But 23 million tons of food, cereals, 12 million tons of fruits and vegetables. All of us be aware that 30 to 35% of our agricultural commodities which are grown in India goes into waste. So the value is estimated around 240 billion rupees every year. So according to the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, the government, the agriculture produce loss is exceeding around 580 billion rupees. Roughly 1/3 of the food produced in the world for human consumption every year is approximately 1.3 billion tons of the food material get lost or wasted because of the poor post-harvest management or poor storage facilities, or due to poor processing facilities available in the country. So the loss is very much which can be able to provide the required food materials. When we talk about the sustainability and components of the sustainable food systems, the sustainability goals, there are social, economical, environment. Always we talk about the sustainability of food production by the FAO, so equitable and bearable. And then here, this right side, we talk about the sustainable food systems. That is for the social equity and human health. And then what we are providing, as you mentioned, the nutritious, micronutrient, macronutrient, and balanced nutrition food consumption, and food processing, distribution, and marketing. So we need to take care of this environmental health. Then when we are going for the food production and the economic viability or the economic viability. So as per the FAO, the sustainable food products are those food products with low environmental effects, which contribute to food and nutrition security to the globe, and then healthy lifestyles to the next or the future generations. So the sustainable products are protective and respectful of the biodiversity and ecosystems. Even the biodiversity of the country or the globe, we have to properly maintain, that can be given to the future generations. So as already you put it, the sustainable development goals, that is the 3 pillars of the sustainable development goals of these things. One is the economic pillar, another is the environmental pillar, and another is the social pillar. So the no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, all it is are interlinked with the economical activity of the country, And the environmental pillar is also providing clean water and sanitation. The government of India is providing a lot of schemes and what you call the projects providing the clean water and the sanitation, affordable and clean energy. Now we are talking about the green energy, all those things, and responsible consumption and production to avoid the wastage and to go for the what you call the green processing technology or production technology, climate action. Now all of us, we started speaking about the climate change, and then Kyoto protocol, all those things, it comes into the picture when we are talking about the sustainable development goal. And then life below water and life on land. When I told the cultivable land is shrinking, and now people also focusing on the exploiting the resources available in the marine environment. So the economic and environmental pillar also should be balanced. And then when we come to the social pillar, providing the quality education, and then gender equity, reduced inequalities, the poor-rich gap is should be minimum, and then sustainable cities and communities. Now the smart cities concept, sustainable energy, and then avoiding the water consumption. So all those things comes into the social pillar. So the three pillars are the sustainable development goals. One is the economic pillar, and is the environmental pillar, and is the social pillar. So these are the things we have to take care. So when we are talking about the sustainable food supply chains in the efficient production and processing and distribution systems, the driving factors are the protective the quality of the food what we produce, and then assure the safety to the consumers, and promote and transparent distribution system, particularly the food supply chain system. We have to provide the food distribution system, enhancing the consumer access to the wholesome and healthy food at affordable prices. We cannot provide the organic grown foods or the safe foods to the higher prices. Only the elite people can consume if it's the case. So we have to provide the affordable rate to the normal consumers, and support sustainable development of rural communities, because India, around 70% of the population lives in the rural area, and around 6 lakh villages we have in India. So the rural development, supporting the rural development, rural population is the main aim should be when we are talking about the sustainable food supply chain management. So these are the some of the sustainable food processing techniques or the technologies. We have to respect to the nature, and then use the regenerated resources where the resources can be regenerated or reused, and then minimize the use of water, because all of us now we are aware that the availability of the water completely it is depleted, because most of the lakes which are available earlier, it is now it converted to the residential complexes or the residential apartments. To the land, the water resources should be used in optimized way. And then this is the how the historical timeline of the food technologies, how it started earlier, man's first fire use for the food production. Now we are ending with the 3D food printing, or the fourth generation printing, or the fifth generation food printing. It is coming. So this is the evolution how the food extrusion, and then food irradiation, fast food pasteurization, pressure cookers, all it started. Now in the genetically modified organisms also now we are talking. And now we are in the what you call the different era of food production, food technologies. So there are what you call the traditional emerging technologies available in the using the food chain. There are traditional one is the physical inspection, visual quality, chemical preservatives, glass, cardboard, plastics, where we are used in the packaging technology, liquid nitrogen refrigerants used in the freezing and colding, where low temperature is employed, and then heat-based home cooking, it's all traditional. Now we are coming into the emerging areas, non-destructive techniques for the quality evaluation, hyperspectral imaging, spectroscopy techniques for the quality evaluation, non-destructive methods, NDT, ozone processing, cold plasma technology, high pressure processing, pulse electric field cavitation, that is also what you call ultrasonic technology. All those things it is now coming. These are called gentle processing or the green processing, where the effect of heat or the effect of chemical additives on the food or the food system is minimal. So people are going for the green foods without any additives, without any chemical residues in the food chain, and particularly organic foods like pesticides, antibiotics, all those things. And then food packaging side also, now we are also what you call focusing on the, apart from the food, which is packaging system, which gives the main functions like protection, preservation, convenience, contamination. The active smart packaging concepts also coming. It is also called intelligent packaging. The intelligent packaging or the smart packaging will provide the what you call additional benefits like ethylene scavenging, antimicrobial benefit, like and then antioxidant benefit, all those things. So they are called active and smart packaging, and then modified packaging and edible coating. Now we are also promoting the single-use plastic or the plastic waste concept is coming, how to avoid those. So whether we can go for the complete biodegradable packaging materials, already DRDO, DFL, we are working on the development of both flexible and semi-rigid containers based on the degradable materials, which can be used as a eatable also, and then edible coating on the films by using the agro-processed materials, and then freezing and IQF and cell alive systems we are all working, and then microwave, infrared, and other heating systems where we have the advanced technologies. These are the, and then food system wheels, what we call as a natural elements, and then ecosystems, water, climate, everything. So we all going to focus on the sustainability performance, which is the poverty reduction, and then food security and nutrition. This is what the crop security and the crop system will lead to the sustainable development in the behavior of the diverse people will go. And then how it is going to affect the sustainability in food systems. One is the economic impacts, one is the profits and job it will create, income, tax revenues, and food supplies. And then it, see, that's what these three triangles are, these things. It should provide the inclusive growth, not excluding any community, any population. And then it should also go for the green growth, which is having a less impact on the environment, carbon footprint, water health, soil health. Now we are all talking about the soil health, hydroponics, all those things, animal and plant-based systems, food loss and waste, and then biodiversity and toxicity, the air pollution, all those things. These, when you are going for the industrial growth, the environmental impact also should be balanced. And then economic and social progress, all should be these things. And then social impacts, added value distributions without any what you call the discriminations. So then again, when we are talking about the, in detail about the environment, food supply, we have the agri-input industries, agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and then primary processing, the harvest in the field itself, and then manufacturing in the industries, and then retail, that is the selling point, and then the consumer, ultimately the consumer. So when we are talking about any food processing, supply chain management standards like FSSA, the government organizations, policies in relationship to communication, it should provide the food security and then the animal welfare. And then, all, as already Dr. Jacobs have mentioned, it should not lead to obesity. We should take care of the malnutrition, well-being, food culture, because food culture also plays an important role, because India being the diversified country, we should be able to give respect to the food culture of the population. And then it should also provide the equal employment opportunity. So how we work on the economy, society, and the environment. So this is how the detailed food system will work. And then coming to the global land use, this is the cultivated crops, only 12%. Then other area, everything it is going into the vertical urban and industrial these things. So with the 12% of the cultivable land, we are talking about the providing the food to the increasing the population, we should go for the sustainable agriculture practices. So when we coming to the food processing in Indian scenario, India is giving a growth opportunity in the terms of food processing sector, because food processing is a what you call the identified as a sunrising industry in India because of the lot of opportunities. During the last 5 years, government is giving lot of importance in the food processing sector, particularly the present government. The modern food processing has three major aims. One is the making the food safe, that is microbiological and chemically, also nutritionally, and to provide products of the highest quality, that is the good flavor, color, texture, everything, and to make food into forms that are convenient, easy to use, but we call convenience, everything. So the objectives of any food processing industries to minimize the product loss, particularly the post-harvest losses, and then to bring down the processing cost at bare minimum so that it can be affordable by the consumers, and to add more maximum value by achieving the high quality standards, both in the safety, security, food security, by following the all the what you call the country protocols, and then ensure that what you call the farmer, the ultimately the grower will get the correct amount of the benefit to these things, and to improve the technologies or the innovations. The government R&D institutes or all the institutes, they're constantly working on the improving the technologies or the innovations, whereby we can bring the industry, academia, policymakers, and the what you call the these things, authorities like FSC and all can come together to make a platform that it will provide a what you call the food processing as a possible sector which will give these things. Because India ranks number 1 the world production of all these commodities, and then we also now surplus in the what you call the production of the grains, and it is also now it is coming into the big picture in the export also. So the major areas what now the government is focusing on the fruits and vegetables, marine products, meat and poultry, dairy sector, cereals and legumes, confectionery and beverages, and plantation products like spices, condiments also. So there are the benefits of the food processing to the farmer, companies, that is the industries, the consumer, and then economy and the government. So the employment generation and reduced rural migration. So we are now focusing on the rural development by adopting the suitable food processing technology. So the rural population need not to migrate to the urban cities, thereby the urban cities becomes over populated. So this is what the focus is now giving by the government to the food processing sectors. So because again, there are the rising market sides, because the consumers, all these things now they have the affordability in the purchase of the processed food products. And then why India is the advantage in the terms of the food processing? By 2025, India's processing sector is expected to cross over the $500 billion. So now when we are talking about the $5 trillion economy, that is the circular economy, India is having a scope or the benefit of achieving this by alone by going with the food processing sector. And then by 2030, Indian annual household consumption will treble, making the Indian population, the Indian consumer, the fifth largest consumer in the world. And then India also ranks in the what you call the production of different commodities. So the wastage levels also now we have to take care from 30%, how we can bring down to below 10 or 5%, so that the India will have advantage in the food processing sectors. When coming to the food processing sectors, we have thermal and non-thermal. One is the pasteurization, the typical conventional pasteurization, sterilization, and the retort both in the can and in flexible pouches. Drying, starting with sun drying to different drying technologies like microwave, IR, and then baking, home heating, and microwave. Here there are the heat or the sensitivity of the heat is more on the food matrix, whereas here the non-thermal technologies like irradiation, it is all green technology, high pressure processing, oscillating magnetic field, cold plasma, ultrasonic, and pulse electric field. So DRDO, DFL is working on the both thermal and non-thermal technologies. And then when we are employing the thermal processing, we have the what you call the improve the digestibility, increase the shelf life. The food will be what you call free from pathogens and microorganisms, spoilage microorganisms, pathogenics. But when we are talking about the other side, there is a reduced nutraceutical value losses, nutrition quality losses, particularly the heat level, vitamins, these things, and then loss of original flavor, color, taste, texture, everything happens. So now we are going for the alternative processing technologies, where these are the non-thermal processing technology, where you can extend the shelf life, and then the foods will be free from pathogens and spoilage microorganisms. And then your food product will also retain more nutrients, particularly the phytonutrients, the nutraceutical properties, and then it will retain the sensory attributes, because in the present day consumers, they want improved sensory attributes problem, and it will be a fresh-like products, and then it will handle with the high-quality products. So we need to what we call balance the traditional processing with the innovative processing technologies, whereby we can achieve the high-end products. So when we are talking this and all irradiation, I will not detail, because India is also approved for the irradiation gamma source, and this is the mechanism how the before irradiation, after irradiation comes. And then we have, because all these things I am explaining, because DFL we are working on this non-thermal technologies in a high, very large extent, and then we have all the high pressure processing technology also here. So the mechanism by employing the high pressure around 600 megapascal to 800 megapascal, the food is getting the what you call the sterilized or the pasteurized by employing this high pressure, these things. These are the mechanisms: high pressure processing activates inactivation, swelling, disintegration, transition, and unfolding. How it happens at different high pressure technologies. So then we have the freeze drying. Freeze drying again, it is picking up in India because it is having a very good advantage, but only the drawback is the capital investment and the time, and it is a batch operation. But now we are going for the combination of the freeze drying with other drying technology, whereby the time and the cost can be avoided. So this is the method. These are some of the products we have developed, and then these and all products we have developed for the service forces. Now it is also finding the place in the civil market also, different products like this. And then we have also ultrasonic mechanism, where sound can be used for the preservation or the shelf life extension of the different food products, particularly the liquid products. One is the vibration, and then it creates the bubble, whereby the cavitation happens, and then the cell disintegration takes place, and this is the bubble pattern, and then the food is liquid foods are formed. So these are how we have done for the different food products, and there are a lot of advantages and benefits by using these ultrasonics. But now the concept is going with the combination with thermal and high pressure, like that thermal sonication, manosonication, like that, it is coming into the different these things. And then we have pulse electric field, because DFL we have worked on the employing the electricity for the preservation of the food by giving the voltage from 10 to 80 kilowatt per centimeter, these things. This is the electrode. The food will be pumped through this electrode, and then due to the electrode vertical electrical frequency from the 10 to 10,000 microsecond, these things, the electroporation will happen. I will explain this thing. This is the treatment chamber. We have this facility in DFRL. So there are advantages of using this the PEF. One is exposure of the cell to different electric fields. When the induction level crosses the threshold level, it goes for the permeabilization of this thing. So each these things application is there: improvement of mass transfer, and then improvement of microbial inactivation, and then cell integration. So this is how the electrical properties of the cell happens. This is the cell membrane, and then we have the lipid bilayer. When we are applying the current, high intensity electrical current, the high intensity field leads to more accumulation surface charges, and then maintains the difference in the voltage, and then it goes for this electromechanical breakdown. That what we call permeabilization of the cell. So this is the microbial inactivation by PEF by different cells like Saccharomyces cerevisiae or these things. So this is electrophoresis, electrobreakdown, cell wall is perforated, cytoplasm contents leak out, and then result in the cell lysis, that is resulting in the cell death, so the preservations. So DFL Mysore, we worked on this non-thermal processing technology. In India, we are the first in the country to develop this processing method by using this PEF technology. We have standardized this processing technology for different commodities like tender coconut water and other pumpable foods. And then we have the image processing technology, and then supercritical fluid extraction, and then vacuum frying technology also. DFL, we are pioneer, particularly the fruits which cannot be deep fat fried because of the high sugar content, because charring will take place. So we have used the vacuum frying technology for frying of these fruits, vegetables which are having more sugar content, particularly like apple, orange, and then this jackfruit, all those things, we have these things. Then we are now also talking about the automation in the food industry. When we are talking about the sustainability, we have to go for the automation, whereby the food producers can get a good quality material. It helps in the quality control, improved food safety, end-to-end traceability, because traceability in India, still we are not talking about the food traceability. Like automobile, we are not that much matured enough to go for the traceability. So I request to FSSA to look into this matter, where the traceability in food system also can be brought in, whereby any what you call the incident happens, the whole lot of the food material can be taken back, like automobile, cars, or things, and then it provides the brand protection also. So we need to develop a what you call the, if you want to go for the complete automation, there should be a complete appreciation of the R&D and innovation in the critical areas of technology, particularly in the storage technology, rheology, colloid and dispersal systems, packaging, polymer interactions, composites, sensors for detection of and process control, and bioprocessing engineering. Then only the automation can play an important role. And now electronic nose, biosensors, all those things it is coming, but still it is all in the what you call academic or in, R&D level. If you want to come to the industry scale, the lot of industrial involvement and the R&D involvement is required. And then we are also now talking about the novel food trends, particularly that day during the inauguration, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Madam Director CFTRA, mentioned these things, the insects, how it can provide the good amount of protein, and then cultured meat or the lab grown meat, and then plant-based meat, because now the vegan food concept is coming. People are going into the complete vegetarianism. So the plant material, particularly the protein from the plant material, which can be used for the making these kind of things, already US and all it is coming. And then single cell protein, SCP from marine algae, all those things. And then again milk substitutes, not only from the dairy sector, the milk which can come from the different oil seeds like coconut, almond, chia seed, other things. Then marine algae provides a lot of benefit, phytochemical also. So the food industries or the food R&D institutes can focus on these kind of novel food trends. So by the stress on the environment or the land can be minimized. So these are the food packaging. I was mentioning about the food packaging also should go for the bio packaging or the green packaging, biodegradable packaging, so that the use of the plastics in the environment which can be minimized. But we need to go for the long way, because to achieve the desired mechanical properties, to achieve the desired gas barrier properties and all, it takes a lot of time, because the food packaging is very a complex subject. So we need to go for the biodegradable or the edible packaging, means we have to work in a very sustained manner. And then what are the future of the food processing industries in India? So we have the lot of what you call food processing is one of the sunrising industry. So we have to focus on these things. And then coming to the conclusion, the challenges for the sustainable food value chain is we have to go for the science-based development of urban ecological systems to give the what you call the concept or the approach towards the climate change, because now the climate change is very serious and bigger threat to the humankind. So the climate change, we have to go for the science-based approach, not on the political agenda based. And then the issue of transport of raw materials and food also needed attention. We need to transport the harvested crops immediately so that the loss can be minimized. And then strategies for improving the closed loop systems for the circular bioeconomy. That's what earlier the open-end economy, now we are talking about circular economy. So the uptake and realization, the opportunities at the farm level or the field level should be looked into that. And then an evidence-based nutrition, that is the holistic nutrition, not based on the any other things. We should go for the holistic nutrition approach based on the other diseases like macronutrition or obesity. We have to go for these things. And then greater interaction and communication between in the fields of food science and nutrition are necessary, because there are the interlinked subjects specialists, food science, food technology, industries, academic, all they should work together. And then to develop a sustainable and responsible food chain from precision agriculture to precision food waste and water management, because we cannot afford to spend or the waste lot of water in the agricultural practices. We have to go for the precision food waste and water management systems so that the resources can be minimized. The resources can be given for the future generation. That is what the sustainability. Sustainability is giving the resources to the future generation, not only utilizing and exhausting the available resources by the present mankind. So the future resources, efficient food processing methods will provide the advantages. Then food production, increase the food production also should be these things. And then we have to focus on the problems in the food industries also. We have to consumer demands also, we have to look into that. And then now we are coming to the, there are newer food products are coming. So we have to evolve the policy, safety guidelines also, particularly in the other personalized concept, these things. And then at the end, the model what you call the newer technologies, we don't have any kind of guidelines, scientific guidelines, what is the safety limit, all those things. The government of India also should work on the what you call these standards, specifications for these kind of novel food processing methods, the products which are available. For example, high pressure processed fruit juice or PF processed fruit juice, India, we don't have any standards or specifications, but there are market demand is available. So the government of India, particularly the bodies like FSSA, can focus on providing the standards, BAS, and the FSSA can provide standards to these kind of newer products which are coming to the market. So this is about my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for elaborative presentation, which had started from SDG, focusing on the 3 pillars of environment, economics, and social, and moving it with the emphasis on respecting nature and reducing, recycling, and reusing what is available for a sustainable model. In fact, much of your presentation also looked into the new technologies that have emerged from DRDO, DFRL, which is very appreciative, and your thoughts on moving from precision agriculture also to look into areas like precision waste and water management is also one of the ways where we can give a sustainable life to this planet. So thank you, sir, for a very elaborative presentation. I think we were 3 speakers, so wholeheartedly I thank the 2 speakers. Of course, I was also one of the speakers, Dr. Kalidas, Dr. R. Kumar, the chair of this technical session. And also we thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity, and the sponsors for sponsoring this technical session. So thank you one and all. Dr. Kumar, if you have to have the final word, please.
As a chair, I thank Professor Kalidas Setty for his what you call elaborate presentation, the healthy food system for the climate resilience. And then I also thank Dr. Sanu Jacob, my co-chair, Director FSSA Quality Assurance Division, for elaborately speaking about the promoting the safe and nutritionally foods for the general public. And you also explained the role of FSSA in providing the safe and nutritious food, particularly a lot of schemes which the FSSA brought out in the recent years. So on behalf of the ICFoST organizing committee, I thank Professor Kalidas Sethi and Dr. Sanu Jacob for sparing their valuable time and sharing their vast experience to these delegates. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to thank this session, and then I also thank all the sponsors for making this event very good. These things. Thank you very much, and we will complete this session. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Organizers, you have anything to, shall we quit?
I think we can leave, sir. We can leave, sir. Next session will start.
Leave. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Professor Saxena. Good morning. This is Dr. Vakte over here. I think we have two more speakers over here. Dr. Nagendran is also here. And apart from that, we have Aran Bahadur Singh. With due consideration of Professor Sena, shall we start this session?
I think we are already late by 1 hour.
We are already late. Yeah, true.
Yeah, we should start immediately.
Good morning to one and all present over here. I'm really privileged to welcome chairman of this session, Dr.
You are not audible, Professor Praveen.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I said good morning to one and all present over here. I'm privileged to welcome over here today's session chair, Professor D.S. Saxena sir, for this technical session number 30, which is dedicated to food and nutrition security and sustainable development goals. We have in all 4 speakers, including me over here. The chairman of this session would be Professor D.C. Saxena sir. Before starting this session, I would just like to introduce the chair over here today. We have Chairman Dr. D.C. Saxena sir, who is a professor at Department of Food Engineering and Technology, that is Sant Longwal Institute of Engineering and Technology, Longwal, Sangrur, India. Sir is dedicated to the continuing development and practice of creative teaching, innovative research and high impact public service programs that have improved food safety, food quality and processing. Sir has visited so many countries for his presentation of the research work. He is also a seconded faculty of Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand. He has visited different countries, as I said, for the presentation of research. To name the few, he had been to Hungary, Germany, Thailand, Switzerland, UK, Australia, Japan, Netherlands, Spain, UAE, and USA. So many times sir has visited so many countries. I really wonder 4 times, 3 times, 6 times. I'm really happy to see his contributions towards the research work. He has more than 180 research publications, and apart from that, he has also guided the students of BTech and
Your voice is creating some problem, Professor Praveen.
Is it okay now? Hello?
Yeah, not.
Yeah, okay. Sir has so many awards to his credit. Just to name the few, he has been awarded the 2014 Japan Machinery Manufacturers Association First Prize Award. He also has to his credit Professor Jeevan Singh Sidhu Award of 2009 as a best teacher, awarded by ICFoST. He also has in 93 IFCON Best Research Award during the presentation, and he was also a student fellow of International Union of Food Scientists and Technologists. Apart from that, his research interests include extrusion technology, then fabrication of gas-fired continuous tandoori, amla pricking machines, fabrication of amla grader, and so many. He has also contributed to the different funding research projects of the various government agencies. He's also a life member of so many institutes. And with just of his short introduction, I would hand over the session to Professor Saxena. Sir, you are mute.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Praveen, for this elaborated CV. Actually, that was not required because we are already running a short of time, but I am very thankful to you. So it's my privilege to introduce my co-chair, Professor Praveen Sridhar Vakte, and he is currently heading the prestigious university department. I don't know. Just a minute. So he's presently heading the prestigious University Department of Chemical Technology, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, since 2011. And he has over 23 years of experience in teaching and research at the university. He is a PhD guide, referee, examiner, and Board of Studies member, to name a few. He has more than 60 international research papers, review articles, a book chapter, and 4 patents to his credit. Very nice. And he has developed a sophisticated analytical instrumentation facility at UDCT. He has been a board of management of Government College of Engineering. He has been academic council member of various universities. He has been chairman of the task force for the management of post-pandemic digital education policy of university. Currently, he is the chairman board of pharmacy and ad hoc board in chemical engineering at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University. His interest includes the development and formulation of herbal medicines and cosmetics. He is also closely associated with various pharmaceutical and food industries for formulation development, standardization and analysis of pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, as well as dietary supplements. He has been a speaker of choice on supercritical fluid technology and extraction technology in various national and international conferences. He is a well-known figure for his lecture series on science and spiritualism. Great. His research on the analysis of thermal paper in 2016 was a national news in the interest of citizens of India. He was also noted in the Lok Sabha proceedings during 0 hour for the development of Act on the use of BPA-free paper. He is currently president of Shri Gajanan Maharaj Temple Trust and Medical and Research Foundation, which has adopted 6 villages for free checkup and medication of poor and needy people. Currently, he is involved in the development of prestigious traditional knowledge research center at Shantpeeth, Paithan. He is also the university coordinator of proposed prestigious project of Government of Maharashtra, Shantpeeth, Paithan. So he is having a great CV. I may not be able to read all the things. It will really need a lot of time. So again, I will request Professor Praveen to start the session.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll come towards the start of this session. And the first speaker we have over here today is Dr. Nagendran Bala Sundaram. Sir is there? Hello. Sir, you are mute. I welcome you to this today's session, and your topic for the today's presentation is palm oil meeting India's requirements for edible oils. Before starting this today's session, I would just like to introduce in short Professor Nagendran Bala Sundaram, who is currently Senior Principal Research Officer at Malaysian Palm Oil Board. Sir has completed his PhD in nutrition from University of Sydney, Australia, and with his vast experience, administrative and diplomatic services in Malaysia. For the 6 years, he was involved in strategic and public policy planning. Apart from that, he is also associated with Malaysian Palm Oil Board since 1995. And over this last 26 years, he has been in a research and he has a vast experience in the research related to the palm oil. He is involved in international regulatory matters and also International Maritime Organization and CAC, that is Codex Alimentarius Commission, and its various subcommittees. So that was his research contribution. And he is also the member of advisory group to the experts group on Esters in Food, that is Institute of Life Sciences Europe, and also the member of Federation of Oil, Seeds and Fats Association, that is technical group from 2009 to 2012. He has so many awards to his credit, and the best I would like to cite over here is here his article was cited as the top best cited article from 2006 to 2007, and which has been cited 3,796 times. Really, it's very creditable for any researcher that his publication gets cited so many times. He has over more than 65 different presentations in various seminars and conferences. He has 17 papers to his credit, 4 proceedings. He has also written one book chapter here, and he also has 2 patents to his credit. And he was also an international fellow at the ICT Mumbai under Professor A. Srinivasan Felicitation Lecturership Endowment Fellowship for the year 1920. And his area of specialization includes specific research in palm phenolics and their bioactives. He's also a professional life member for the Nutrition Society of Malaysia and also the life member Association of Food Scientists and Technologists of India from 2016. So I welcome Dr. Bala Sundaram over here, and with due consideration and permission from the chairman, Professor Saxena, I request Dr. Bala Sundaram to start his presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to get my screen here. I think I'm not able to share my screen yet. I need permission from the organizer, sir.
So they have made you co-host. I hope you can share your screen. The 4th icon you can see, that share screen is there. 4th icon below, down. Security, participants, chat, and then there is a share screen. Yeah, it's sharing now.
Can you see my screen now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the very kind words from both chair and co-chair, Dr. Saxena, Prof. Vakte. It's my pleasure to meet you all. I would like to also thank the organizers of ICFoST 28 for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation. I'm from the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, which is a body that's responsible for overseeing the research related to palm oil, as well as to regulate the Malaysian palm oil industry. So with that, I would just like to mention very briefly that this is the outline of my presentation. I would like to begin with a brief introduction to the world of oils and fats before moving on to an overview of palm oil. I'd like to discuss a little bit of the Indian edible oil scenario, talk about palm oil and its applications in the Indian food sector, and then I would like to talk about sustainability in the Malaysian palm oil in keeping in with the theme of this session. Let Ladies and gentlemen, this is basically an introduction to what we call the world of oils and fats. As we all know, oils and fats are important, both from the functional point as well as the physiological point in food systems. As far as food technologies are concerned, oils and fats produce palatability and satiety to food, consistency and mouthfeel because of their crystallization behavior, as well as melting behavior, and very importantly, they act as heat transfer mediums. From the physiological role, oils and fats are sources of energy-dense macronutrients, 9 kilocalories per gram. They also source of essential fatty acids, act as carrier of the fat-soluble A, D, E, K vitamins. They contribute to health of skin and tissue, ensure the functioning of nerve cells and brain, and functioning of steroid hormones. In referring to the global scenario of major oils and fats, we have got what I've listed here, what is generally considered as major oils and fats. Of these, what is on the left side of the screen in the box is basically what we call the big four. And this contribute to 75% of the world production of oils and fats. There are other oils and fats which contribute to a lesser extent to this equation. And then the ones here, butter as well as fish oil, lard and tallow, these are basically fats or oils of animal origin. Now, looking at these two pie charts here, in terms of production of what we call the major oils and fats in the year 2021, we saw a total production of 241 million tons, of which palm oil with about 76 million tons accounted for 72%. The next was soybean oil at about 60 million tons, accounting for 25%, and then rapeseed at 11%, rapeseed oil at 11%, sunflower oil at 8%, and the others accounting for the other 13 oils and fats that I showed earlier. This accounted for the 24% of production. When we look at the export scenario, out of the 240 million tons of oils and fats that were produced in 2021, slightly less than 100 million tons went into the export market. Here, palm again with 50 million tons accounted for about 54% of the total oils and fats exported. Soy was second with 14% at about 14 million tons. Rapeseed, sunflower oil, and others followed suit. When we look at the consumption equation, here, out of the oils and fats that were produced in 2021, almost every oil drop was actually consumed. So similar to what was produced, about 241 million tons were actually consumed that year. Palm accounted for 31% at 76 million tons. Soy for 60 million tons, accounted for about 25%. And again, we have rapeseed oil and sunflower oil, each at 11 and 8% of the total consumption of 241 million tons. Now, why would one wonder? One may wonder why palm oil plays such a prominent role based on the production, the trade, and consumption. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is basically due to its very high productivity, as I would illustrate in this chart. Now, palm and its co-oil, which is the palm kernel oil, for each hectare that is planted, they produce about 3.5 tons per hectare. The second is, or the far second is rapeseed oil at about 0.78 tons per hectare, sunflower oil at 0.76 tons per hectare, and soybean oil at about 0.45 tons per hectare. So basically what we can actually see is palm is a very highly productive oil crop. And while palm accounts for about more than 30% of production, in terms of land area utilized, it is less than 8%. Comparatively, other oils, while accounting for less percentage of contributing less to the world production, they occupy more land. And this again, just basically it's looking at the productivity of oil palm in terms of crop area. So palm oil is a highly productive oil crop and therefore requires less land to produce larger quantities. So just to introduce or to initiate those who are not very familiar with palm oil, what palm oil is, and I'll just cover this overview. So basically, palm oil comes from the tree, the Ileus guinensis, which is actually a tree crop. It comes from the tree, and each tree of the, which is actually is a perennial crop. The oil palm is a perennial crop. Once planted, it lasts or can produce for about 25 years. It has got an economic productive life of 25 to 30 years. And each crop yields fruits, huge fruit bunches, which may weigh up to 20 to 25 kilograms each, which are shown here. These are the fruit bunches. And each of these fruit bunch contains fruitlets. So what we call the fresh fruit bunch contains the fruitlets, and each of these palm fruits is about the size of a large grape. And if you cut through, you get a cross section, and this is what you actually get. So now, when you look at each fruit, now there are two parts of the fruit. One is the mesocarp, the fleshy mesocarp, and the other part is the kernel, the white kernel here. So basically, what we call palm oil comes from the mesocarp, and in its crude form, it is orange in color because it's very high in carotenoids. Then from the kernel, we get palm kernel oil, which is devoid of the carotenoids, and hence it is basically white in color. And in terms of chemical composition, although they come from the similar crop, the same crop, crude palm oil is basically a palmitic and oleic-rich oil, whereas palm kernel oil is a lauric myristic-rich oil. In fact, palm kernel oil is actually very similar to coconut oil in chemical composition, and therefore even in applications. Before one consumes the oil, either it's CPO or crude palm oil or crude palm kernel oil, the oil has to be refined through what is normally in Malaysia. Almost every refinery in Malaysia operates as a physical refinery. So this is basically a summary of the physical refining process. And once the oil is refined from the crude palm oil through degumming, bleaching, deacidification, you've got rid of the impurities. So what you get is refined, bleached, deodorized RBD palm oil, which may then be processed further by fractionation to yield what we call the liquid fraction, the palm olein, and the solid fraction, the palm stearin. Similarly, palm kernel oil can undergo the same process, the refining and the fractionation to yield the liquid palm kernel olein and the solid palm kernel stearin. So this is just to introduce you to where we get from the fruit, the crude oil into the final products. Now, when we look at the global producers, basically the palm oil production in the world is actually dominated by two producers. One is Indonesia, producing about 45 million tons of palm oil a year. The second is Malaysia, contributing 24% of the production at 18 million tons. And there are various other countries who are smaller producers. We have countries what you call Papua New Guinea, Thailand. In Africa, we have got Nigeria, we've got Guinea. In South America, Colombia, we have got Ecuador, we have also got Guatemala. These are all producers, but they are smaller players compared to basically to Indonesia and Malaysia, who actually account for more than 80% of the production. And therefore, Malaysia and Indonesia also dominate the export market for these oils. Indonesia having about 56%, Malaysia about 31%, and the others a slightly smaller amount or smaller share of the export market. Who are the major consumers of palm oil? Indonesia, being a large country with a huge population, they produce as well as consume a large amount of palm oil. In fact, Indonesia consumes about 16 million tons of palm oil a year, accounting for about 20%, more than 20% of world consumption. India is one of the leading importers and users of palm oil with 8.64 million tons imported consumed in 2021, accounting for 11%. The others are EU, the European Union, almost 10% of consumption, China, almost 9%, and Malaysia herself, as well as numerous other countries. In fact, when we look at the countries that use palm oil, Malaysian palm oil, based on our export statistics, Malaysian palm oil is actually exported to more than 160 countries worldwide. So that is basically looking at the consuming pattern of palm oil. Now, let me move on to Indian edible oil scenario, because this is one important part of my talk. Basically, India is a major producer of vegetable oils in particular. This data is from the Department of Food and Public Distribution. And Indian production of vegetable oils has been ranging between 9.2 million tons to about 11 million tons over the last 4 years. Here, the data I have is shown in what we call the Indian oil year, which basically begins in November of a year and ends in October of the following year. So you have 2015-16, meaning from November 2015 to October 2016, and so on. What we have here in the table here is we got what we call the primary sources. The primary sources are the main oils that are produced in India. These are from basically what you call the rapeseed mustard complex, groundnut, soybean, sesame seed, sunflower seed, Niger seed, and safflower seed. And there are also two other oils that come from oil seeds called castor seed and linseed. Generally, these are not categorized as edible, but they are part of the Indian vegetable oil production. Then we have got the secondary sources of oil seeds, which comprise of cottonseed, rice bran, coconut, solvent extracted oils, palm oil. India is a producer of palm oil, albeit a small quantity, and then oils from tree and forest origin. So this is basically the Indian vegetable oil production equation. Given that India has got all these different oils and they grow in different parts of the country, there is a regional preference for different oils. People in different states of India, different parts of India, have an intrinsic preference for different oils. And this is shown in their culinary habits, in the way they prepare foods and what their snacks. So soybean oil is very popular in Madhya Pradesh and the northern states. Cottonseed oil, popular in western states, Gujarat, and selective parts of northern and southern India. We've got groundnut oil, which is very popular in the western and northern parts of India. Sunflower oil in the south part of India, especially in Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, and also in Maharashtra. Then we've got mustard and rice bran oils, which are very popular in the north and the eastern parts of India. Okay, despite the production and the different oils that are being produced, India, as I mentioned earlier in the table that I showed, over the last 4 or 5 years, production has basically been hovering around the 9 to 11 million ton mark. Nonetheless, consumption, due to the increasing population, the higher degree, the increasing affluence, the growth of out-of-home consumption, and the growth of different types of modern or Western diets, consumption of fats and oils in India has been on an increasing trend. Hence, the imports of edible oils have also been increasing, and now they have actually become a necessity. So we have quite, here the blue bars here actually, basically the blue bars here show consumption, and then this is net domestic availability. The data is from the Department of Food and Public Distribution. And because there's a big gap between consumption, domestic availability, India has to import something like 13 to 15 million tons of edible oils each year. And when we look at the product mix of the edible oils that India imports, again here, palm oil in the form of crude palm oil has been the predominant oil that is imported. We also have got another part of the oil that's a refined RBD palm oil, and the import of RBD palm oil, as you can see from this chart, has been rather erratic. Basically, the import here depends on, import of RBD palm oil depends on very much on the Indian duty structure, as well as import duty policies. And there have been some recently there had been some restrictions in the year 2020 on the import of refined palm oil. And so the quantity had actually reduced, but we see a slight increase. Then the other oil that India imports is basically crude sunflower oil, denoted by the blue line, and crude soybean oil, blue line. The green line denotes crude sunflower oil and some quantities of rapeseed oil. So basically, you also see somewhat of a mirror image between the trend of imports for crude palm oil and that of soybean oil. And as the import of crude palm oil increases, the import of soybean oil gradually decreases. And so that is because there is a high level of substitutability between soybean oil and palm oil for many applications. And very often it's the price differential between these two oils that determines which oil is imported. However, palm does hold a very strong advantage because it's very versatile and it's very price competitive. It's readily available from the fact that the carriage of palm oil from Malaysia, Indonesia to India, or even to the eastern part of India, to ports in Chennai, Kakinada, Krishnapatnam, or to the western ports in Mumbai or Gujarat, it takes between 7 to 10 days. Whereas the imported soybean oil that comes from South America in Argentina, or sunflower oil that comes from Ukraine, takes considerably longer because of the long sea journey. And so sometimes it takes up to a month. So that is another disadvantage in terms of the supply of these soft oils compared to palm oil. Now, with palm oil being such a predominant oil in use in India, there have been, despite the regional preference that I illustrated earlier, palm oil has also made its way as a niche oil in several products. And for example, in the northern states where mustard oil is a preferred oil, palm oil in the form of refined palm oil, RBD palm oil, or RBD olein is mainly used in the HoReCa sector, which is the hotel, restaurants, and catering sector. The western states prefer soybean oil, but yet again, palm here has about a 37% market share in this region. South India shows a preference for sunflower oil. Nonetheless, the major consumed oil in South India is palm oil, basically RBD palm olein, which has about 60% of the market share. Then the eastern states, which have an inherent presence for mustard oil, again, approximately half the oil that is consumed in these states is still palm oil. Basically, there is insufficient, as I illustrated earlier, there's insufficient local production of oil. And again, the Indian oil production season is basically seasonal. So there are seasons in which higher availability occurs immediately after harvest. And then as we go along, less supply is there, and then they need to import more oil to meet the demand. So here now I'd just like to touch on the role of palm oil in the Indian food sector. So basically palm is widely used in India. It can be in household cooking. It can be in snack foods. Even the street vendors use palm oil. It can be in the snack food industries and also in catering services, in restaurants, and very importantly in the bakery sector. So there's a wide variety of sectors in India that use palm oil. And this is where the versatility of palm oil comes in. So palm accounts for about 40 to 45% of Indian cooking. Mainly household cooking, which uses palm oil. Restaurants and catering services, again, they use a substantial quantity of palm oil. The industrial frying oils can be heavy-duty palm oil. They can be RBD palm oil, refined rich deodorized palm oil, which is slightly less liquid than palm oil. But palm oil is often preferred for ease of handling. Then you've got the industrial and table margarines. Although in India, table margarines are far less popular or far less common because you do have a very strong and robust dairy industry. Butter is available for those who can afford it. So table margarines are less used. And in fact, in most supermarkets in India, they don't seem to be carrying a large range of table margarine products. Nonetheless, industrial margarines are very important and very useful. And these have the advantage that they can be tailor-made for different applications and different seasons. Then you've got the shortenings, which are used for various frying applications, even in snack foods frying. Then vanaspati, although the production of vanaspati has plateaued down from the highs in the 1990s, the 1980s, still a very popular fat that is used both for home cooking as well as in the catering services. Then we have got confectionery fats and even in frozen desserts. So why is palm oil used here? Basically, ladies and gentlemen, because it's very versatile, it's highly stable because of its fatty acid composition, which has got approximately with 45% palmitic acid and 10% oleic acid, and it gives it high stability. Hence, it does not break down easily during industrial frying, or for that matter, during household frying. Palm is intrinsically free of trans fatty acids, and I'll come to this point later. Palm is also sustainably produced, and as I mentioned earlier, it is competitively priced. For bakery fats need to contribute towards certain attributes that make them highly desirable in bakery products, and they determine the quality, taste, and mouthfeel of the bakery products. One of the attributes that dairy fats contribute to dairy products is the tenderness. They also provide moistness. Moistness comes with cakes, especially in cakes. Moistness is very important. You don't want a crumbly cake that breaks before you even put it in your mouth. So moistness is important. The type of fat is important because the fat can also hold water, especially when you're using margarine, industrial margarines. They do contain a certain amount of moisture, and this contributes towards the moistness of the cake. Fats in bakery products contribute to the flavor, and the melting point and the melting behavior or melting profile of bakery fats would contribute to what we call the richness or mouthfeel of a bakery product. They also contribute to the structure and the strength of the structure. Leavening of bakery products also allow for lubrication of the product, because as the oils melt, they give an oily feeling that enhances the lubrication. They contribute to a structure, and very important, they contribute towards the stability and shelf life of the product. And as India, ladies and gentlemen, I find several Indian bakery products in the market in Malaysia, and they've got a shelf life of about 6 months. So you cannot achieve this type of shelf life if you do not use a stable oil. Coming to the point of deep fat frying, oils are very important in deep fat frying, and the quality of the product is determined by the oil that you use. So what is important? Deep frying oils should have high resistance to oxidation, because the deep fried products, especially those that need to be kept over a period of time, say this murukku, this is a murukku in South India, in Tamil Nadu, or chakli in other parts of India. You've got the safe and all this. So all these are stored over a period of time, and you do not want the product to go rancid. So resistance to oxidation is a very important aspect of the characteristic of the product. Then the oil that is used for frying should have a low rate of polymerization or gum formation, so you can avoid gumminess in kitchens, in catering services, by using the right type of oil which does not break easily. Polyunsaturated oils are not suitable for deep frying because they tend to polymerize faster and even break up quickly. Then you've got oil that has got a low rate of increase in free fatty acids, oil that should not foam too easily or too actively, so that you actually get to see the color change in the fried product. If there's too much foam, you actually don't see the color change. You may end up burning your product. And then again, the oil itself should have a low rate of darkening, and very important, it should not actually contribute to the formation of flavors of odors, which are formed when an oil oxidizes or polymerizes. So this is very important characteristic of deep fat frying oils, which palm can actually very easily fulfill. In keeping with the theme of this session, and in view that there's been so much being said and reported about the so-called unsustainable, I'm saying the so-called unsustainability of palm oil, let me delve on this subject. So here we have got what we call I would like to share with you how Malaysia has actually made sustainability part of our way of producing palm oil. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, even before sustainability became a buzzword and carries the current importance, Malaysian oil palm industry, which actually began in the year 1916, in 1916, more than 100 years ago, they had actually started sustainable practices. They had self-regulations. They had good agricultural practices. They had very specific standard operating procedures that were put in place to ensure that the oil produced would be sustainable. Having said that, with the increasing demand on sustainability, Malaysia actually began restructuring or structuring sustainability even from the 1980s, by having quality certifications. And in the year 2000s, we introduced the codes of practice for different sectors of the oil palm industry, including the plantations, for the refiners, the millers, even for carriage and transport. And in 2005, they came up with the RSPO, which is actually a business standard for voluntary implementation. And this has caught on with many producers, users joining the RSPO, the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil. Then in 2013, we came up with the Malaysian MSPO, the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, which is actually part of the Malaysian standards MS 2530 of 2013. And this has became voluntary for implementation in 2015. Effective 2017, we launched the mandatory implementation of MSPO. And now, as of 31st December 2020, we have made MSPO mandatory for all. Now, in fact, the MSPO that we have now is now still undergoing certain revisions. So we call it continuous improvement to include new sustainable practices, to also take on board new changes. Basically, the MSPO, the RSPO, as well as the previous practices that the Malaysian oil palm industry carried out, they give emphasis to the 3 Ps: the people, the planet, and prosperity. So the MSPO actually has got 3 major objectives. One is to protect the environment and enhance the livelihood of the populations. Second is to ensure sustainable practices by the oil palm industry. And third is to ensure the smallholders' rights are protected. And all these come in this 4 MSPO or Malaysian Standards MS 2530 series. Basically, there are 7 criteria for MSPO. 1 is management commitment and responsibility. Number 2 is transparency. 3 is compliance to legal requirements. 4, social responsibility, health, safety, and employment conditions. 5 is environment, natural resources, biodiversity, ecosystem. 6 is best practices. And 7 refers to development of new plantings. India, as I mentioned earlier, does produce palm oil. Currently, India has got about 3 lakh hectares of oil palm, which produce about about 3 lakh tons of palm oil a year. The Indian Palm Oil Sustainability Framework, or ICFoST, was created by the Solvent Extractors Association India, which is an apex body for the Indian oilseeds and edible oils industry. And in this effort, the SEA was supported by several other parties, including the Solidaridad, the Indian Institute of Oil Palm Research, IIOPR, and the Society for the Promotion of Oil Palm Research and Development, SOCOPRA, in India. Basically, ICFoST aims to create a set of social, economic, environmental, and economic guidelines for palm oil production and trade. It is an inclusive sustainability framework made by the Indian industry for the Indian industry, and provides them a guideline to promote sustainable palm oil production and trade. And it comprises of several environmentally friendly, economically viable, and socially beneficial practices and guidelines. And I'm proud to say that the MSPO, or elements of MSPO, had actually been incorporated into ICFoST. And I was personally involved in helping develop ICFoST along with a few of my other colleagues in the MPOB, and we participated in several workshops together with SEA and IIOPR, as well as with Solidaridad, to come to this document. And so India has also joined the ranks of the sustainable producers of palm oil. So many countries are striving towards producing sustainable palm oil, and India is one of them. I've come to my conclusion. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, what we see is India is a major user of edible oils. India's growing population, economic growth, higher degrees of urbanization, rising disposable incomes, as well as deeper penetration of processed food, which has resulted in changing in food habits, as well as increasing the frequency and the times of out-of-home food consumption. This will together continue to drive India's vegetable oil consumption and growth. And although India has got plans to increase local oilseed production, to increase the palm oil production, in fact, the government of India had announced in August last year on the National Mission of Edible Oils, palm oil, and in fact, had allocated a generous amount of 11,000 crore rupees for this effort to increase local palm oil production. India, the growth in demand for palm oil would outstrip the growth in production. So India would also need not only be a market for edible oils, it also be an a key importer of edible oils for the future. And palm oil would then play a role in meeting this demand because of the price advantage, the functionality of its use, and also its use in out-home consumption. As I outlined, albeit briefly, Malaysian palm oil is sustainably produced as per national standards. And in fact, it has received international recognition from several parties. For India, palm oil offers an attractive option for the food processing industry and would even strongly support the growth of the industry, and was mentioned by Dr. Sonu Joseph earlier. The FSSI has set a target to reduce trans fatty acids in Indian foods to 2% by this year. And here, this would be well supported by palm oil, which offers the best option for trans-free alternatives for fat. With that, I wish to thank you. And I would like to also extend an invitation to all present to attend the International Palm Oil Congress and Exhibition, PIPOC 2023, 7 to 9 November in Kuala Lumpur in next year. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And again, thank you so much to AFSTI, as well as the organizers of ICFoST 28 for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Saxena and Prof. Watke for chairing this session and for members who are present at this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nagendran. You have given a wonderful talk on this various features of palm oil and its utility, particularly in Indian scenario, as well as there are certain features you have talked about the its freeness from trans fatty acids. That is the most important point in this current scenario. And you have very well elaborated the Malaysian structured sustainability practices, as well as the Indian sustainable palm oil framework. And I must say that the edible oils, they are indispensable in the Indian kitchen. But it might be surprising to many that India imports most of the oil it consumes, unlike most other agricultural products which are produced locally. My question is, even after having a diverse agroclimatic conditions, abundant land and large sections of population depending on agriculture, why does India have to import edible oils? What is the burden of importing edible oils on the government's exchequer? And what can we do to boost the domestic production of edible oils? And leaving aside the debate on the health effects of increase in oil consumption and its role on prevalence of lifestyle diseases, we have to examine the demand-supply position of edible oils in India, and you have elaborated this issue very well. So, means still the question will be how India can be Atmanirbhar for edible oil production. So these things can be discussed later on. So I must say that your this lecture has given an insight on the dependency of palm oil, as well as its unique feature, like it is from a single crop, but it gives two different types of oil. So with this small review of your lecture, I am highly thankful to you, and I must congratulate you on giving this lecture, and means we should be very thankful on behalf of the ICFoST also, that we are having such type of a speaker, wonderful speaker among us. Thank you very much. So anything to be shared by our co-chair? Professor Vakte is here. Okay, although I'm having my lecture, just a minute, I'm getting call from ICFoST. Hello.
Hello. Would you like me to respond to your question about why India needs to import oils?
Yeah, please.
Okay, sure. Yes, basically now you are very right. India has got a huge agroclimatic variations, and that's why India is ideally suitable for growing different types of edible oils. In fact, India has the ability to grow oil seeds, oil crops, which are not, from almost every other part of the world. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nonetheless, India has got certain intrinsic problems in terms of what we call the way the oilseed plantations, the cultivation. In India, oilseed cultivation is basically by small farmers, and very often marginal or sub-marginal land is used for cultivation of oilseeds. And these oilseeds actually cultivated in land that is of relatively poor quality. Due to Indian, Dr. Saxena, you recall that India started the Green Revolution. You are now surplus in grains. In fact, very often there is a request by the Solvent Extractors Association of India to divert some of the cropland, prime cropland used for grain to oil seeds. Okay. So again, that would probably work in increasing oilseed supply, reduce or increase domestic edible oil production, but at the same time, the downside is it would affect grain supply, causing rather acute shortage in the food. And then there is insufficient agriculture in many parts. In fact, much of the oil palm, almost more than 60% oil palm planted in India. I mentioned about 3 lakh hectares. These are planted in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and they use quite a bit of irrigation to support this. There is also another problem is the intensity of the agriculture is that very low input applications. And when you have low input applications, you end up getting low outputs. And India, much of the agriculture depends on monsoon, seasonal monsoon. And again, as I said, when oilseed crops are not planted in the optimal land, they're subject to the vagaries of the weather. So, you know, they face a double jeopardy here. Not to mention that sometimes lower technology is used in oilseed cultivation compared to other agricultural crops. So in fact, when we look at in terms of productivity, overall Indian oilseed productivity per yield per hectare of oilseeds is much lower than world average. India has about 14% of oilseed grown area, accounts for only 6% of oilseed production. So these are structural weaknesses that can be corrected, and that's why the Solvent Extractors Association has been calling for the national national mission on edible oils, and has been requesting repeatedly for this, and we are looking at this. I mean, I'm also closely associated with the SEA. So basically, Mr. Chair, all this can be overcome with proper agricultural practices and probably some investment in the agricultural sector. Malaysia, as I said, has come this far, not without sacrifices and investments in the agricultural sector. So very strong efforts have been made. We have done a lot of research on oil palm to increase productivity, to improve processing and all that. So all this can come together to ultimately help India increase domestic oilseed productivity and therefore edible oils yield in India.
Yeah, that's correct. You have given answer very correctly, very precisely. So we should also hope that in near future, India will be, I must not say totally independent importing the oil, but it will sustain its goal to produce more oil, so that we should be less dependent upon importing oil.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Nagendran.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So actually, second lecture is mine since co-chair is not there. So I will directly start my lecture. So mine is a completely academic type of lecture, and this research has been conducted by one of my MTech students during lockdown, I must say. So I must treat this very precious research. This fractionation and characterization of banana peel protein, which is a very potential source of protein. Why banana peel? You know, extraction of high value components from this type of waste, which are abundantly used agriculture products, is a new challenge towards sustainable development. And in the current scenario, conversion of this agricultural waste into value added products is a burning issue. Everywhere we talk about the conversion from waste to value added products. So in this scenario, I must say that we should not say anything to be as a waste, because if it can be used, then it is not a waste. Banana, we have heard about the previous session lecture. It is considered abundant, cheap, and one of the most significant tropical fruit products by individuals of all age groups. And India, it has a top rank in banana production, which covers 24.7% of world production. And India produces every year around 1.6 million tons of dry banana peels, which is a huge amount. And this account around 30 to 40% of total fruit weight, and which is having 20% of the dry matter. But the quantity of banana which is wasted as peel is around 18 to 20%. So this is a big amount. So we tried to explore its potential in isolating the protein, extraction of protein, different fractions of protein. Now, why banana peel protein? It is a rich source of crude protein, about 6 to 9%. It is highly nutritious and having various amino acids. Protein consumption in this affluent world and the developing world is markedly different. Consumption is totally different from the developed world as well as the developing world. And protein shortage is a very critical issue in various developing countries. And that is the reason behind the increase of interest for the newer sources of protein, which has grown exponentially. And here is the use of banana peel, which has been treated as a waste material. It is a necessity. Why? Because of its high nutritious value as well as protein occurrence. We'll see these features in my lecture. As banana starts to mature, the concentration of soluble sugar starts increasing, and hemicelluloses start decreasing, as well as protein and lipid content also increases with maturity. So we have to keep in mind this particular feature. Because of these reasons, the aim of utilization of huge level of waste banana peel, this study on fractionation and characterization of protein from waste banana peel has been carried out. So our main objective in this study was to fractionate the banana peel proteins using Osborne classification, to characterize various fractions of banana peel proteins with respect to their physicochemical and functional properties, and to characterize banana peel proteins with respect to their various techno-functional properties, namely using DSC, the thermal properties, XRD, FTIR, as well as scanning electron microscopy SEM image. And here in this methodology, we have several steps like procurement of raw materials, preparation of banana peel powder, proximate analysis of banana peel powder, Osborne fractionation of banana peel protein, preparation of protein powder, and determination of yield as well as concentration of proteins, various physicochemical and functional properties which were analyzed, and then techno-functional characterization of banana peel protein, which are duly authenticated by statistical analysis. So this was part of the methodology in this type of study. Particularly for the procurement of raw materials, most of the experiments and scientific research has been conducted on banana peel that were mainly focused for new product development and extraction of various micro and macronutrients, except protein. The main reason behind this selection of banana peel as a raw material was to get a new source of protein from waste product, which has not yet been investigated. Here we have analyzed different physicochemical as well as functional properties of proteins like banana particle size, color characteristics, water holding capacity, oil holding capacity, emulsifying capacity, foaming capacity, and foaming stability, dispersibility index, as well as wettability. And as I told you that thermal properties were characterized by differential scanning calorimetry. Crystal structure and crystal size analysis were carried out using XRD. Analysis of secondary structure of protein as well as information regarding the protein structural composition were done by Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, and surface morphology analysis was carried out using SEM. This is the flow sheet for the preparation of banana peel powder. You can see after washing using 1.25% sulfuric acid and 1.25% alkali, we have cut the banana peel into pieces. Then these were immersed into 0.5% citric acid solution for 10 minutes. Then after it has been dried at 60 degrees centigrade for 16 to 18 hours. Then after grinding the dried banana peels, it was sieved using 60 mesh sieve size to get uniform particle size, about 250 micron. After that, we could get this banana peel powder, which were packed in airtight plastic pouches for further study. This we have taken 3 extracts because it was not possible to fractionate as well as to get proper yield in first extraction. So we have extracted in 3 steps, and 3 extraction we have used for conducting various studies, and it was true for all the this albumin as well as globulin, prolamine, and glutenin fractions. So this protein solution, they were stored at 4 degrees centigrade, and after that we gone for deep freezing at -20 degrees centigrade, but except the prolamine sample. And further freeze drying was done at -62 degrees centigrade, but the drying of prolamine was carried out at 40 degrees centigrade. And further, the protein powder were stored in airtight plastic pouches. Here you can see the proximate composition as well as the physical properties of banana peel flour. 10.16% of crude protein showed that banana peel can be a promising source of protein. Here, higher ash content indicate the availability of nutritionally important mineral elements in banana peel powder. And to talk about the physical properties, so bulk density of banana peel powder in loose condition is clearly indicating that volume of banana peel powder will not get affected during packaging as well as during storage. And complete drying of banana peel powder may increase the value of true density up to 1.63 gram per cubic centimeter. And the Hausner ratios as well as Kars index, which are indicator for the flow properties, that together they showed that banana peel powder, they have moderate flowability nature, which require a flow promoter. Okay. This is quantity-wise extraction of banana peel protein fraction. So we have taken banana peel flour 100 gram, and this we have shown here after extraction in water. This is based on the Osborne classification. We got albumin, then the residue was treated with 0.5 normal, the sodium chloride salt solution. Globulin we could get, then that residue was further used for extraction using aqueous alcohol, which gave prolamine, and further the residue was extracted in 0.2% alkali, which gave glutenin. And total protein out of that 100 gram we could get 9.12 gram or 9.12%, you can say, because we have taken 100 gram. And after extracting this, the supernatant, those are freeze dried. Okay. This yield and protein content of fractions which are derived from banana peel powder. Here we can see that albumin fraction showed the highest yield and protein content among all the fractions. Total protein content after adding all the 4 fractions was about 92.86%. During extraction of protein fraction factors like concentration of solvents, time of stirring and centrifugation, and powder particle size, that may be the reason behind that some portion of proteins were left with the residues. Protein content of globulin was found 12.17%. Similar kind of globulin concentration was found in some other fruits and vegetable waste derived protein. Like you can see, we get the highest amount of protein albumin concentration in banana peel as compared to other cauliflower, radish, sugar beet, cabbage, tamarind, as well as jackfruit seeds. This prolamine concentration, it was again the highest one in the banana peel. So likewise, we have compared with different studies, but the glutamine concentration, it was the least one in banana peel. Now, we have conducted studies on this particle size distribution of different fractions, and here the mean particle diameter of albumin as well as glutamine were found 635 and 642 micron meter respectively. But these readings were much smaller than globulin, which was having 726 micrometer, as well as prolamine, which is having 986 micrometer. This is color characteristics. You can see here globulin, it showed the highest whiteness index as well as a small delta E difference, that is the difference between the reference one of albumin. It represents the better as well as close color match. Okay. So it shows the whiteness. Then functional properties of banana peel powder, such as solubility, protein water interactions, emulsion capacity, foaming capacity, and surface hydrophobicity of these various protein fractions get increased due to a smaller particle size. The results of this water holding capacity showed that higher protein content in the contemplated proteins, they have more significant water holding capacity than non-protein fractions or fractions with low protein availability. Amino acids composition, that might be also the reason behind the higher water binding capacity of albumin. Significant differences of water holding capacity among the protein fractions might be due to the differences in solubility, molecular weight, and intermolecular interaction of protein fractions. And about the oil holding capacity, it showed that protein powders with small particle size, they hold more oil than protein powder with larger particle size. And this oil holding capacity of plant-based proteins is actually, it mainly depends on protein concentration and protein lipid carbohydrate interactions. And this might be the reason behind the predominant oil holding capacity of albumin. Regarding the emulsion capacity or emulsifying capacity, this activity of albumin and glutamine were found higher without any significant difference, which might be due to the availability of higher quantity of small fraction of soluble proteins, which can be identified by the particle size distribution of albumin as well as glutenin. This emulsion activity, it is influenced by several independent factors such as cream formation, flocculation, aggregation, and pulses. The foam stability of globulin was that glutenin, it was the highest among all the 4 fractions. Foaming capacity of this banana peel protein fraction, they were varied within a wide range, that is 14.33 to 19.13. And normally proteins used to be treated as a very good foaming agent. Why? Because protein can easily diffuse in air-water interface, and protein has the ability to form cohesive and elastic film by partial unfolding. That was the reason. And the higher values seems to be due to increasing solubility and increased net charges of protein fractions, where the hydrophobic interactions are weak and the flexibility of protein is increased. Now, this was explained in the previous slide. Now, the dispersibility of wettability of banana peel, this protein, which have been conducted, and you can see here the protein content increment is not favorable for a better dispersibility. Albumin protein, it showed lowest dispersibility value, which might be due to the higher concentration of protein. And all the dispersibility values were significantly different, but values were showing a good dispersibility index for all the protein fractions. This might be due to the complete defatting of banana peel flour before protein extraction. Why? Because defatting significantly increased the dispersibility value. As far as wettability of this banana peel protein is concerned, it acts as a significant property when protein powders are scattered to prepare beverages as well as batters. This wettability, it mainly depends on factors you can name like particle size, surface polarity, topography, texture of particles, surface area, density, porosity, and microstructure of protein particles. This albumin, globulin, and glutenin fractions, they showed minimum wettability values less than 10 minutes. And there were no significant difference of wettability among these protein fractions, which might be due to the use of defatted banana peel flour for extraction of proteins. And it has also been reported that absence of fat or defatting significantly reduced the wettability time. Wettability of prolamine fraction also showed the this previous slide highest value, which might be due to the use of 70% aqueous ethanol for prolamine extraction, because the ethanol is immiscible in nature with water. Now the thermal characteristics, you can see here the denaturation temperature as showed by TP of all the protein fractions were found within 100 degrees centigrade, which is a good comparison with several other plant proteins. And this denaturation temperature below 100 degrees centigrade is also a strong evidence behind the use of moisture-free sample. And this denaturation temperature as well as delta H enthalpy of albumin, they were the highest, might be due to the availability of higher quantity of protein in the sample. And direct relationship between enthalpy of denaturation and protein concentration, it clearly shows that extraction techniques and further processing steps did not instigate the denaturation of protein. Inverse relationship between enthalpy and protein concentration, but which is not acceptable, It has been reported due to the denaturation of protein during extraction and processes. These are the X-ray diffraction patterns of different protein fractions. You can see here different patterns. Peaks for albumin, they were found at 2 theta or 12 degree low intensity, which shows the crystalline region 1, and at 2 theta at 20 degree, which is of high intensity, that is crystalline region 2. And these results are to some extent matching with soya protein crystalline nature with the 3 peaks in other studies at 8.5 degree, 19.5, as well as 24.4 degree. And these results are compared with albumin diffraction of intensity of globulin, prolamine, and glutenin, which are significantly lower. And we can see here peaks were found at both lower and higher diffraction angle for prolamine and glutenin fractions. And it is also evident that peaks of globulin was found more intense than prolamine and glutenin. So in terms of size of crystals, albumin protein fraction acquired the top of the list, followed by glutenin, globulin, and prolamine. Moreover, while comparing the intensity of peaks and range of diffraction intensity, X-ray diffraction analysis gave a symmetric pattern with concentration of protein in all the 4 fractions in a descending order, like albumin, then globulin, glutenin, and then prolamine. These are the FTIR spectroscopy results for different fractions of banana peel proteins. Albumin protein spectrums exhibit number of typical bands. Absorption was found at 1626, roughly 1627, resembled to stretching the vibration of carbon-oxygen bond of the amide 1. Absorption of 2915 per centimeter represent the stretching vibration of carbon hydrogen of amide B or this methane group. A strong signal at 1015 per centimeter represent the stretching vibration of CO in this saccharide. Apart from band centered at 1015.82 per centimeter, there were no band, not even small bands, that were found in the region of 800 to 1200 per centimeter region, which indicates the absence of interactions of albumin with starch. These patterns indicate the absence of polysaccharides and confirm the low carbohydrates content and richness in protein content in albumin fraction. Regarding this globulin fraction, there is strong absorption at 3261.57. This one, it indicates the contribution of amino group and also indicates that banana peel derived globulin has less interaction with starch than globulin from other sources. This globulin spectrum clearly shows that absorption in amide 1, that is the 1600 to 1700, this region has higher intensity than absorption at 1364, this one. Earlier, for various times, similar findings have been reported for globulin protein fraction. Intensity of absorption was found increase at the bands near 1105, 0.27, 1029, 0.56, 816, 776, and 665, as well as 616 per centimeter. Similar kind of increased intensity pattern was found at the same region for globulin fraction derived from aged rice compared to globulin derived from fresh rice. Now over to the prolamine fraction. Broad bands at 3370.25 per centimeter and 1400 9, this peak, it clearly resembled to stretching vibration of OH group. Absorbance found at 1595 represent to beta turn conformation, and it also represents the presence of primary and secondary functional groups. Absorbance obtained at this 1013 for this prolamine fraction was normally assigned to be the stretching frequency of a CO group, which comes under fingerprint region 1000 to 1400 centimeter. Now over to this glutenin FTIR spectroscopic pattern. Absorbance found at 1653.02 resembled to stretching vibration of CO of the amide 1. Absorbance observed at 1442.24 per centimeter corresponded to the stretching vibration of amide 2. Absorption found at 2882.80 per centimeter could be represented by the stretching vibration of CH of amide E or methane group. Bands at 3035 and 848, this one might be occurred due to the presence of inorganic ions such as alkali solution was used for glutenin extraction. That may be the reason. Now, here the SEM image of banana peel protein fractions. Okay. Here you can see different micrographs, and this SEM image of albumin, it showed spherical structure and flattened surface, spherical structure and flattened surface with smooth morphology. Wherein the morphology of globulin, it was also found similar with albumin, except some globular granules. Wherein the morphology of prolamine, it was found cloudy, and this glutenin, it's a glutenin actually, it's not glutalin. This fraction showed flattened surface with irregular structures. So here, to cut short, you can see here that surface morphology of banana peel protein fractions, they demonstrated different microstructures, which might be the reason behind the different functional properties of all the protein fractions. And based on the literature, similar findings were reported for albumin, globulin, prolamine, and glutenin extracted from beech pea, peach kernel, and mulberry leaf. Now the summary as well as conclusion, I must say that this 10.16% protein content, it indicates that banana peel can be a promising source of protein. And out of that albumin fraction, it showed the maximum protein concentration, 65% among all the fractions. That is 65% of the fractions, okay? Albumin protein fraction was found predominant in terms of water holding capacity, oil holding capacity, and emulsifying capacity. And for thermal properties, denaturation temperature of all the protein fractions were found below 100 degrees centigrade. XRD pattern showed a parallel pattern with the protein concentration of all the fractions. FTIR spectrum also verified the richness of protein in albumin fractions. In surface morphology of this banana peel protein fraction, they demonstrated different microstructures for different protein fractions. Okay. Now the conclusion is that high albumin quantity in waste banana peel, it shows the path to reduce the dependency of animal sources for albumin. And in the previous session, FEP HOD also, he has shown some slides, then how we can reduce the dependency on animal sources. And about 77.3% concentration of protein of this albumin and globulin fraction indicates that banana peel proteins, they have a great potential for production of acidic as well as neutral beverages. Particle size of this albumin in glutenin, they showed that these protein fractions can contribute promising functional properties. On the other hand, the low content of glutenin that can serve as a promising alternative of gluten-free foods. Therefore, to improve the protein as well as the nutrition while developing a new product, I must say that banana peel powder can be a promising alternative. Here you can see we have stored the banana peel protein, different fractions of banana peel proteins, albumin, globulin, prolamine, and glutenin. So with this, I must stop my lecture here. Any question?
I think, thank you so much, Saxena sir. This is Ran Bahadur Singh. I think
Okay. Yeah, the co-chair is not here, I think. It's okay.
So it's a new topic for me, for a person who is from pharma industry, being a food technologist. Thank you so much. It was quite enriching. Over to you again. Thank you.
So I think, thank you, Ran Bahadur, Dr. Ran Bahadur. I think we should proceed with your lecture. So before then that, I have a privilege to introduce you. So is the Dr. Ran Bahadur Singh. He is a head of supplier quality audit and compliance of South Asia, Middle East, Africa, and GSK based in Gurgaon. And he is with GlaxoSmithKline since last 21 years. Experienced in working within complex business environments across multiple geographies, stakeholders, and functions. He is responsible for audit and assurance of sterile, non-sterile, active pharmaceutical ingredients, excipient, critical service providers, active dietary supplement, printed, primary pack suppliers. And he has worked with leading food and consumer healthcare multinational companies like Nestle and Unilever. He has a functional expertise in APIs, excipients, nutritional, nutraceutical audits and regulatory compliance, supplier quality audits and compliance. He is having hands-on exposure of regulatory compliance, co-manufacturing operations, new product development projects, as well as on Six Sigma. And he is having interest outside this job. It is sustainable food production system, circular economy, consumer behavior research. So with this brief CV, and which is a wonderful CV, I must request Ran Bahadur Singh ji to please give a lecture on millennials perspective on organic food in COVID-19 pandemic, and which is an Indian focus group study. Please, sir. Now your voice is not coming, sir. You are not audible.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, right now, yeah, it's okay. Please share the screen.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your kind words. And let me admit that in this group of distinguished researchers and professors, I'm quite different, having different profile. Can you see the screen?
Right now, it's not visible, sir. You can share.
Can you see it now?
No, it's not, sir.
Just a minute, I'm just trying. So, share screen. Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me again try to share.
Yeah, it's okay.
Your entire screen. Yeah.
Right.
Me. Yeah. Can you see the now? I
Yes.
think hopefully.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you. So I will not take more than 15-minute time, which was assigned to
It's
me.
okay, sir.
And
Time
thank
is
you
yours,
so
no
much.
problem.
Yeah. And I understand that I am in between you and your lunch, some of you. So I will see that I take less time. So would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this. And being agriculture graduate and master in food technology from JB Pantnagar University, I moved on in a different area over a period of time because of my career. But working with GSK Health is always on the top of my mind. Okay. So during COVID, I collaborated with one of the R&D directors in PepsiCo, Mr. Muruganandam, and also I collaborated with one of the professor in a private big university in Gurgaon to do a consumer research on this topic, what millennials think about organic food during this COVID period. So this whole 10-15 minute is all about this topic. Briefly, I'll talk the background, why we are doing what we are doing, what questions we asked, and how we did what we did, and key outcome and conclusion. So, millennials, just to give you some for some of you, I think people like me and Professor Saxena, our children are millennials because people who were born between 1981 and around 2000, they are typically called millennials. And there is some debate going on about the generation theory, but that keeping it aside. So people roughly between 20 to 40 years of age. Okay. So this Deloitte did a survey in 2020 as well and 2021 as well, and they found that the top of thing which is concerning millennials and generation Z, what they call it after millennials, is actually healthcare and disease prevention. And I was not surprised, and in fact, none of you will be surprised because people were going through the pandemic. Second, of course, is unemployment, climate change, economic growth, and crime. So, two of the things, climate change and healthcare, is something which was very, very closely linked with organic food or with the topic where I decided to collaborate with the two great experts. So, why to study millennials' behavior for organic food? As I said, that organic food tops the list when it comes to support health and disease prevention, right? And we understand that 23% of world population is actually millennials. Okay, and it's not surprising. Many of you know. And in India, around 34% of population are millennials. So you can see that we are having demographic dividends here. And many of the research which has been done, it found that millennials are key decision makers for now and for near future as well. Okay. India, I think when we were hearing about palm oil and we were hearing about this banana extraction, protein extraction, etc. So it's about organic food. You can understand that we have highest number of organic farmers, and but very meager per capita consumption. So it looks like we are producing for rest of the world. We are not producing for ourselves. So we are eating what we are eating, but when we are exporting to so many countries, we are earning some money. We are doing many things, but then uh, typically having a huge growth, a big potential, and not doing much to promote or to consume, I would say, the organic food by Indian population. I don't want to get into numbers. This will remain here. So if you look at the global market for organic food, it was roughly around 120 billion, okay, in 2019, as per the data. And there are 187 countries which are involved in organic food production or supply chain and everything. But if you look at the consumption of India, our per capita consumption is less than €1, means less than 100 rupees of 90 rupees. And if you look at the average world average consumption of organic food, it is around €14. So even if we become average, even if we try to reach average consumption of organic food, there is a huge potential for Indian players, organic farmers, supply chain, and everyone. And this is exactly the reason why we decided to know and to understand what is going on in the minds of millennials in India, especially during COVID period. Okay, there are again numbers that it's a huge number of people who are farming in India, and land also we are ranked 9th. But when you look at the market size, we are 30th. But one silver lining here, Professor Saxena, is that we are 6th as per the forecast growth. So there is a huge opportunity here which is waiting for us, and that is where I decided to look at what is actually what our millennials are thinking. Okay, and that is exactly we sat down and we decided that what should we ask, because we had so many things to ask, but there are top 5 things we decided. What do they think and feel, and what are their drivers, and what are concerns they are having, and shopping experience during and after COVID, because the COVID has changed the world. I think it is never going to be same. And what is willingness of millennials to pay for organic? So these are the 5 questions which we try to ask these millennials during this study. So what we decided that we first of all conducted 14 in-depth interviews with industry experts, scientists, including scientists in CFTRI or scientists in other food institutes, food technology professionals, R&D professionals, quality professionals, organic food, people who are in supply chain. I don't want to take the name. So, and then we, basis that we prepared a focus group discussion guide. Okay, and then we had 2 groups of people, 6 each, male and female. We kept separate because we wanted to have a free flowing opinion from each group. And we had a mix of with and without children, because you will understand in subsequent slide that children do make a big difference when people need to decide about organic food. Okay, and as this study was about millennials, so we ensured that the population who are participating in this whole thing was 20 to 40 years old. And we also ensured that all the participants are from National Capital Region, Delhi. So that Gurgaon, Delhi, Faridabad, and those areas. And most of you who are in this session, you must be knowing that as far as the per capita income is concerned, this is one of the highest income area in country if you look at the total geography. So we selected this area for this online focus group discussion. And I have highlighted only a few aspects of this whole focus group discussion, because this was 2-hour session each, and so many other insights were there. But because of paucity of time and because of the forum it is, I have restricted myself to only talk about a couple of areas. So if you talk about key outcome, so what is the key result? And you would be happy to know, or maybe some of you may be surprised, that majority of them feel that organic food is healthy, free from pesticides, chemicals, which quite often all of you know, more tasteful as a food technologist, as a people who are involved in food and industry. This is a good music to the ear, more tasteful, natural, more fresh. They had some concerns also, for example, overrated buzzword. So they felt like, oh, why so much of talk about organic food? They lack confidence also, because they hear so much about organic food, but then they're not sure about it. And of course, higher price was also another thing. I have kept certain top quotes here. So I think, and I have not changed, and I have like ensured that their individual names are not mentioned here. So people went on like, I personally look for organic. So they say it is, apart from being healthy, It is more tasteful. It has more intense natural taste, very peculiar answer, and which used to get likes decades ago. So there are people who are trying to correlate with their roots. They are trying to correlate when they were in villages or small towns when they used to get good tasty products. Then some people talked about organic will restore old nutritional values. So again, like my grandfather used to grow. So this was a person around 26 year of age, unmarried person. And at the bottom of my heart, I do not feel it is authentic. So this was a lady, young lady, just finished her MBA from Delhi. So she said that, oh, everything is okay, but then I don't feel happy about this. It's costly, but still, because of my baby, I still buy organic food. Very touchy answer from one of the young mother. I mean, mother, as we say that babies gives birth to mother. So she had just given birth to a child at 4 months old. So she was so touchy, sorry, so emotional, and she said, "It's costly, but I will still buy it because it's good for my baby." And then a big, very, very very obvious question was that how to check whether it is organic or not, because it's very difficult. It's a food which which you cannot by seeing you cannot say that, oh, this is organic, this is not organic. So that is something which is a dilemma which most of the consumers have, and millennials are no different. Okay. Then we moved on to opinions, because in India we all have opinion. Okay. And organic is no different. So in terms of opinion, people felt that awareness is very low, because if you talk to 10 people about what organic means, they will talk 10 different things. For some people it is just local food, some people it is fresh, and all kind of things will come. Then they felt that use of technology and robust supply chain in future will be good for the industry. And not surprised when some of them said that it helps sustainability and carbon reduction. So when you see the numbers here, it means that out of 12 people, 6 people said it is awareness is low. So 6 maybe male, I mean, it's a combination of male, female, both. Okay. So because we have less time, so I have not differentiated this. Organic fruits and vegetables look uglier. I was very surprised that 2 participants, they said that of course it looks little uglier, little rough, but I still like it. And in fact, they felt that if it is little uglier or little this thing, he gave a example of one of the person who was, I mean, around 35-year-old. So he gave example of that if it is uglier or if it is looking rough, I will definitely buy because it is organic. Okay. And then of course there is a concern that a challenge for farmers to make profit. One of the young participants who was around 26-year-old, he said that, look, unmarried of course, he said, look, what do you expect farmers to do? I mean, they are not very happy to put pesticides and herbicide on the plants, but they also need a fee for their children, they also need to have a good living, so they are doing under some compulsion. So that is something which was very touchy. Again, there are some top quotes. One of the nutritionists, she said that the gift of mother nature, lot of doubt about authenticity. Organic food is future. One of the supply chain professional working in Gurgaon, young chap. And if you can afford, then you should definitely buy organic food. It will help you in long run. That was something music to my ears. And a lot of studies has been done. It's not a time here to talk about. A lot of studies has been done that over a period of time, since people who consume organic food, they have a healthy outlook, and usually they have a healthy lifestyle. Hence, and they consume organic food also, so they usually have a fewer issues in their health. Okay, a lot of studies has been done. I mean, we can talk later when some of you are interested. And then they also said that we cannot go and buy things randomly. If I trust, then I will definitely buy. So trust is a key here. So it's like if they trust, they are ready to pay, they are ready to buy. And then one of the young professional. She's a mother of around 10-year-old baby. She said that, I mean, she's working professional in the food industry. So she said that from farm to fork, it should be passing through a good agricultural practice and good GMP practice, good manufacturing practice. So these are the opinion which people have about organic food or the industry itself, because, and we allowed people to talk freely. We allowed people to say whatever they wanted to say, because we wanted to look at their insights and do a thematic analysis, do a node analysis, because that's a kind of progress we want to make in this area. Then, since some of you know that source, I mean, there is a lack of you could say awareness or lack of understanding about organic food. So we asked these people that, what do you do to know about it? It's easy to complain, and what have you done? So you can see that majority of them feel that source of information is word of mouth. And that is something is again corroborated through various studies which has been done in developing countries or developed countries. Product labels, that's very important, and a lot of people felt they're confident that if product label is there, they will buy. Advertisement, social media, these geeks, tech geeks, they always are stuck to their mobiles and other things. So social media, internet, look and feel. Again, two of the participants, they said that, oh, so no matter whether what is written, what is there in the product label, they want to feel and look. I don't know whether somebody in this group is a fish lover or Bengali origin. So they don't look at the shop name or something. They just go and look at the fish and have a feel of it. So similarly, some of these participants felt that, oh, I go and have a look and feel. So this is something which also one of the way they get to know about organic. Of course, government certification, follow influencers. Since these young ladies and gents, they are tech geeks. So there's sometimes one of the ladies said that she follow influencers, and if they say it is good, it is good. Of course. So I mean, a few quotes here. If I say that I'm not expert on organic, how organic vegetable and fruit look like, but when I see banana with a spot, it is organic. So Dr. Saxena, it is for your students to take some note out of it. So this is, oh, so this man has a very strong distrust. He's around 32-year-old, just got married. So he said, I don't like organic, I don't do anything, but if I see banana with spots, it is organic. Okay. And then one of the young ladies, he said that I trust family and friends advice. So I mean, so everything aside, if our family and friends said bye, and then people have a lot of time. I mean, one of the participants who's in supply chain in big multinational, he said that, look, you type anything, you will have something on the net. And same is true for organic food. If you want to know about this producer or a company or a farmer, go on the net, you will find something. And then there is a lady who just finished her PhD from IIT Delhi, young mother. She said that when I see people doing organic farming, it gives me good feeling. So there is an altruistic feeling which she has, and that is how she gets information about organic food. So a lot of insights, Professor Saxena. And I wish that if some of you are interested, we can go through the whole 4-hour session of this. So then there is a fear and concerns, very interesting, and you will be surprised, all the audience here, that people in this group, they felt that since they don't trust some of these producers who are claiming to be organic producers, so they're not willing to support organizations supplying non-organic food as organic. So there is a kind of skepticism they have. So that is also one of the reasons why they don't want to buy. Okay. And then it's a vicious cycle. So it's like a catch-22, egg or chicken story. So they don't buy, so the industry doesn't grow. Industry doesn't grow, so price remains high, and all those things. Okay. Lack of authenticity. Huge number of people are talking about authenticity. And last slide, you will see that there are 3 A's which are absolutely important if players in the organic food industry want this industry to grow from less than €1 consumption to around €14 consumption per capita. And this is one of the things. Authenticity. People are ready to pay, people are ready to buy, but they don't trust. False claim. One of the young ladies, she was unmarried girl, did MBA from Delhi. She said that how do you want me to feel when somebody comes and says that this is organic ghee and it will make you beautiful? So, and then one of the young lady, she said that there is a lot of why people should make so much of noise about organic. It gives us fear that it is not organic. And if too many things are branded organic, then none of them is organic. So there is this kind of mindset which is going on. And then there is something people said that I don't mind trying organic, but do not want to contribute to organization's profit or con game, which I just talked about. So that is also something which is there. Last thing here in this slide, I want to tell you that I will try organic even if new to the market. So there were two people who said that okay, despite of all this mistrust, despite of all these issues, availability and other things, if I get a chance, I will try it. So that is where the silver lining is, and that is where these millennials are different than the generation of ours and yours, Professor Saxena. So they want to try out. For them, it is not either. For them, it is and. They want everything. Okay, so that is a good silver lining here. And sorry, yeah. Of course, we were talking to all of them in the COVID during COVID periods. I'll not take more than 5 minutes if it is okay. So then we were talking to them during the COVID period last year in January. Okay, so we asked them that what do you think is going to happen to organic food industry or purchase when the COVID is no more there or it recedes? So 9 out of 12 they said that organic food consumption will increase. Okay, and when you look at their code, then you will understand why. And then 2 of them they said that it's not going to make a huge difference. Whatever it is going on, it will go on. That's fine. So look at the codes which people had. One of the young lady, just a PhD from IIT Delhi, she said that there is a fear that there will be another pandemic in future. So hence increase in organic food consumption because it will increase my immunity. That is what people think. Okay. So it's not only to ward off this pandemic or to sail through this pandemic. They are also preparing for the future. That was very interesting thought. Okay. Then one of the young person, he said that after a long time we opted for farm fresh vegetable, means organic, and because we had a lot of time, so he narrated that his father and mom and everyone was sitting home doing nothing. It was a lockdown. So during lockdown they started thinking about health, they started thinking about what to do, and that period of time they opted for a farm fresh vegetable probably, and they kept on trying. One of the young boy was 26 or 25-year-old. He said that online shopping during COVID must have given push to organic sale, and he was right, because online shopping, with a click of a button, you're buying something. And also, this young lady just did MBA, so she said that demand would accelerate in future, and it will follow the crowd tendency. That's very important aspect, Professor Saxena, that a social influence is a huge driver or huge enabler for driving such kind of trendy food or organic food as industry, right? So this was something their views on effect of COVID or I would say post-COVID, what is going to happen to the industry. And then we everything boils down to the money. Okay, so we asked them that, are you willing to pay? I mean, good talk, good altruistic feeling, all those things are good, but what is going to happen to the when it comes to for you to ease out your purse? And all of you will be surprised to know that there is a significant number of participants. They are ready to pay for fair price, because what they want that, okay, whatever it is, we understand that organic food industry doesn't get subsidy. Organic food industry is battling against highly subsidized the conventional food industry and industry which has been supported by research and development of last 70, 80 years. So they say that, okay, whatever is the actual fair total cost of supply chain plus some profit, we are ready to give. That is a very heartening and very good thing which these millennials are ready to do. Then 5 of them said that if it is 25 to 30% price premium, we are okay to pay. And 2 of them said that no, 15 to 20% is maximum. I mean, we cannot pay more than this. And incidentally, this is very close to the average price premium which across the globe where people are ready to pay, Professor Saxena. So this is something about result. And then, as I said, fair market price, whatever is sustainable. So that is something which some participants said. And comparison of organic food with conventional food is not fair. That's also a kind of quote. And I'm not ready to pay more as I'm not sure of authenticity. Again, time and again, people are having the money, but they don't want to buy. They don't want to pay because they are not sure of authenticity. And again, I'm ready to pay even more as it is good for my baby. Again, same lady. So when there is a presence of children in your family, that is making huge difference. And I'm doing some more work on this area. So, and I know for sure that presence of kids, especially less than 14, 15 years of age, that is driving a lot of parents to think and act differently when it comes to their lifestyle, food preferences, and the healthy habits, etc. So this was something on willingness to pay. So these were a few areas which I have given highlighted here, Professor Saxena. So again, there were many other aspects which could not be covered in this slide pack. So finally, we can conclude that organic food is here to stay. Okay, and we are going to have around 11% compounded annual growth rate in India, especially as against the 3 to 4% world average. And millennials are very, very, very eager to try organic food, provided it is trustworthy, it is made easily available because of obvious reasons, and with convenience. So they don't have much time. They need it on the platter, right? So which with convenience. So key drivers: health, food safety, superior quality, nutrition and taste. Of course, that is key drivers. Key barriers: authenticity and availability. So again, it involves it will require a lot of government intervention or supply chain people intervention and community intervention also to make these things available. I have a lot of success stories, but because of paucity of time, I can't speak. So authenticity and availability are 2 key barriers. You must be surprised why I have not put cost. This is the generation who are ready to pay for ice cream, which is called fried ice cream, 300 rupees for 60 ml. So they are not, there is no dearth of cost. There is no dearth of money to this generation. Okay. They are ready to pay for it, but they want it authentic. They want that it should be available when they want. And last thing I would like before I end this session, Professor Saxena, that millennials are ready to pay fair price for health and sustainability. They are not like trying to compete between health and sustainability. They want both, and they are smart enough. They know that health is also important, and sustainability of planet, people, and these things are also important. So to conclude that there is a big promise which millennials, being the big decision makers in India, are holding for this industry. There is a huge potential which we as a food technologist or scientist, we have a role to play to support this industry through certain research. So I would urge Professor Saxena and many other young and experienced food scientists and technologists to look at organic raw materials as a material or as an input to do this kind of research which you are doing on conventional things, and that is how we are going to invest in this key area emerging area. And over a period of 10, 15, 20 years, when generation G is becoming adult, then probably the cost will be low, availability will be high, and authenticity will be great. So with this, would like to thank you, Professor Saxena, and also the organizers for this opportunity to talk about this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madhav Singh ji. You have taken a very burning issue right now because everybody is talking about organic. Yeah, that you're very much correct. And you have clearly shown the millennials' behavior for this organic food. And you are very much correct because they don't bother about the cost. It's there in their mind that we should have healthy food, whether it cost high or low, it doesn't matter. That's correct. And of course, they are having a very good paying capacity, so they are more concerned about their health. So that's a good thing, actually. On the other hand,
yeah,
you have also shown us that although India is having the #1 rank in organic farmers, but we are not consuming our own organic food, which is very low. That's a very very pathetic condition, I must say. But your lecture, it is excellent, and I must say it's a very exhaustive survey, and you have given all the information on organic food. And of course, there are so many fear and concerns, and demand for this organic food post-lockdown has reached a 3-year high because of a growing interest in ethical food and animal welfare. Is that correct? And I think the organic movement, it would help to protect our environment, our soils, and our wildlife, and it has sustainability at its heart. Reconnecting with nature, sharing facts about organic farming, or making a small swap are all ways shoppers can get involved with this year's organic campaign, I must say. Okay. So with this, I must thank you for your very elaborative this lecture on this current issue, because everybody wants to have organic, but there are so many concerns whether they can have it or not, whether they are thinking about its authenticity and more. So okay, means we should help. Yeah, you are very much correct. As a food technologist, we should help, or as a policymaker, there's so many other persons out there, they should also help for its authenticity, so that the organic food, they should be available as our non-organic foods are available in the market. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure being with all of you with this privileged group. Thank you so much. And anyone who want to talk to me on this subject, please reach out to me. I'm really available for this subject. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, sir. So I have been told by the organizer that Professor Vakte is not available, but they are having his recorded lecture. So I think we should start his lecture, which has been recorded by them. So organizers, you can please upload the lecture. His voice is not coming. So please see.
Privileged to be present over here for this 28th Indian Convention of Food Scientists and Technologies, which is taking place over here. I'm really thankful to the organizing patrons, Professor Pandit sir, Dr. Sridevi Singh, Ranil Senwal, Professor Yevle, President of AFSCI, Dr. Uday Annapure, Organizing Secretaries, Dr. Vikas Chauhan, Professor B.P. Sakre, and Ms. Suprada Nishtala, who is President of Mumbai. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to present in front of delegates the topic in which I have been involved and I have been working since long. The topic on which I am going to present my views today is related to the nutraceuticals and the wellness industry, and how the new India, or the new normals, that is post-COVID, how India is going to look towards this nutraceutical, or how rather industry is going to look towards this nutraceuticals and wellness business, and what are the new normals that are going to take place in the post-COVID era. Friends, nutraceuticals is not a new term for us, but we know very well that it's a combination of nutrition as well as pharmaceuticals. But if we go and try to understand that these are the parts of the food or are foods which provide medical or health benefits, emphasizing prevention and treatment of diseases. So very well we can understand it is a coined term that is nutrition plus pharmaceuticals. We call it as nutraceuticals. We know that this term was coined in 1989 by Professor Stephen D. Fallis, who is the founder and chairman of the Foundation for Innovation of Medicine, and it's an American organization which encourages medical health research. So if we try to if we try to understand that in the wellness industry or the global wellness industry, tremendous change in the dimensions of the industry is taking place. And if we go, or if we try to understand that from prevention to curative and from nature to man-made, if these are the few of the usage and sources, we can very well understand that the global wellness industry, the dynamics or the change which is taking place, new avenues that are getting open just because of the change in the post-COVID era, or what we call it as a new normals. Definitely, very well we know that India has a rich heritage, and India is one of the pioneers in the alternative system of medicine, and it has an unparalleled heritage represented by its ancient and old age traditional treatments methods such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeo. So these are few of the areas in which we are leading the world this alternative system of medicine. Very well, everybody of us know that Ministry of Ayush was formed in November 2014 to overlook the optimal development and proliferation of the Ayush system of health. Friends, very well, everybody of us know that over 64% of the nutraceutical market in India is occupied with vitamins and mineral supplements. Now, if we say that we have a tradition of this Ayush medication, then how certainly we are in an era where we never thought a few backs, means a few years back in 1990s, when nutraceuticals was an industry which was an upcoming industry. We never thought that India would be in need of such kind of the products, and where we could find a good market for this. But as the lifestyle changes are taking place, we try to understand that the various areas like personal care and beauty, physical activities, wellness tourism, the eating habits, the healthy eating and the nutrition, or the weight loss is one of the area, the mental wellness, which is an upcoming area because of the post-COVID conditions the globe is going across. The prevention and the personalized medicine and public health. These are few of the areas which, along with the traditional and complementary medicine, are really booming in the post-COVID era. So very well to understand these health supplements and nutricals and nutraceuticals. These are the this is an upcoming area which is superseding the foods and pharmaceuticals, from the traditional medicine. Friends, if we try to see few years back, that is in the pre-COVID era, if you can see, if somebody would have told you that fitness is an important area and you should do the exercise and you should keep yourself fit with the help of immunity boosters, really the questions would have come that how do you say that I need all these, or give me a justification where you can say that I need all these kind of medications. But we have seen a very different era, and we came across it, and still we are going through it. And that is the reason why, instead of having a personal communication with you, today also I am interacting with you in an online mode. So try to understand, as the corona pandemic has worsened, the sales of the herbal supplements, vitamins and minerals, they have experienced a high volumes of growth. If you can find that few of the papers which were published, which have highlighted the importance of vitamin D or the zinc, or different types of capsules like vitamin B12, vitamin D, all these were of the which came ahead as a supplements, and which were said to be of very importance to prevent ourselves from the COVID. And that was the reason why there was a drastic increase in the sales of these supplements. At the same time, even we could find that there was a latter shortage of all these products. Even on online, many popular types of zincs were sold out. One box of 18 lozenges is selling for up to $120. They wouldn't be delivered until next month. So you can try to understand that what was the global demand for all these nutritions and supplements. So this is something which came to us in this last 2-3 years. But at the same time, as I was talking that earlier, that when we talk of the pharmaceuticals, when we talk of nutrition, at the same time, you can find a few new terms or the new boundaries are coming up, and there is a blurring of boundaries of the earlier areas or the sectors. We used to have nutrition, we used to have pharmaceuticals, we used to have an industry of a personal care or cosmetics. But if we try to understand the healthcare industry and the personal care industry, new terms are coming up where you can find there is amalgamation of the pharmaceuticals and cosmetics, where we can find a good area which we call it as an cosmeceuticals. And the products are usually made up of vitamins, herbal oils, and extracts. So that is the cosmeceutical industry, which we call as a major player in a healthcare or the wellness industry. The second area which we are talking of is related to the pharmaceuticals and nutrition, whereas we can find it's for the preventive purpose, and they can be used as a support for pharmacological treatments, and they do not require a prescription. So this is something blurring of the pharmaceutical and nutrition industry. Whereas the third area, which is a crossing over of the cosmetics, personal and nutrition, you can find these products are called as a nutraceuticals, whereas you can find where all these are coming together, we can call it as a nutraceuticals or nutracosmeceuticals, whereas we can find nutracosmeceuticals is also there, where there is a nutrition as well as which can be used as a cosmetics. So these are few of the areas which are, I would say, coming across and are the innovative segments or the nutraceutical products which are positioned as a food as well as having some organoleptic properties able to prevent or to reduce certain diseases. So this is something which is upcoming, and with the advent of online and the learned consumer base which we have today, the dynamics of this industry is tremendously changed. Now, if you see the nutraceutical market, which includes the functional foods for medical purposes, and food supplements, which are often recommended by the doctor or a pharmacist for the purpose of the treatment or prevention. If you see the dynamics of this, how it goes, if you call it as a nutraceutical, it goes both the ways towards the food, what we call is as a conventional foods, and towards the drugs, what we call it as a medicine. So supplements cover around 26% of the vitamins. As I said earlier, that 64% of the nutraceutical market in the country today is governed by the minerals, supplements and vitamins. But at the same time, you can find that few of the conditions like immunity defense or stress or cough or cold or simple energy and vitality or sleep, which is a very serious concern area, what we call for the prevention. These kinds of areas are being involved in the nutrition industry or the wellness industry. As far as the healthcare is concerned, we are looking for the non-prescriptive wellness kind of a medication for the problems like which we have of bones and joints, circulation, cholesterol, urinary system for the pregnancy or for the menopause. So these are all the products which we try to find out the solutions in the nutrition or wellness industry. But at the same time, we need not forget that India is rich with the resources of the wealth of knowledge, what we call it as an Ayurveda or natural product industry, which is governed through centuries together in this civilization. So this is the area, but at the same time, we also need to understand the mindset or the dynamics of the consumers of this area. Now, what are the expectations of, or what are the likings of the consumers of this nutraceutical or the wellness industry? You can find what people are looking for. People are looking for better health, better fitness, better nutrition, better appearance, better sleep, and better mindfulness. But at the same time, we also need to understand that if these are a few of the conditions, what for the consumer is looking at the same time as a food industry or as a nutraceutical industry or as a natural product industry, we also need to understand that the dynamics across the globe is changing. And as I said, as we have a rich heritage, we are in a position to cater the needs of the globe for different conditions. Which if you go and if you try to understand the conditions of Germany or European conditions, they are looking for better nutrition. If you see the conditions in American continent, you can find people are looking for better mindfulness, for better sleep. So these are the different conditions across the globe, what the consumers are looking for. But at the same time, I feel we have a heritage, we have a condition where we can be the service providers of this nutraceutical entire globe. I have shown over here few of the graphs which can give us the understanding what is going to happen in the next 8 to 10 years, where you can find for the Asia Pacific nutraceutical market size, it's going to go with a cumulative annual gross rate with a say more than 10% per year. So if you see the current size, you can find it's going to go many folds ahead by 2020. Now, if at the same time, if you try to understand that the consumers in different countries or various countries, what is their spending for the wellness? And those 6 categories which I have talked for the better sleep, for the better mindfulness, for the nutrition, fitness, appearance, or health, you can find that the dynamics of spending per person on the wellness industry is the annual spending which I have shown for the different countries: Brazil, China, Germany, Japan, UK, and US. The dynamics are changing, and I consider this as one of the opportunities for a country like India to cater the nutraceutical and wellness industry. As far as India is concerned, we need to understand India has some very different dynamics. India has some very different problems. We need to look towards this industry not just as a wellness industry or as a nutraceutical industry, we also need to understand that this is an area which would be seriously taken and which is being seriously taken after the formation of Ayush and after the formation of this new act for the nutraceuticals or for the safe food. You can find that there are four major drivers leading to the need and growth of health supplements and nutraceuticals. We can't consider this area just as a segment or a luxury segment for the foods or the wellness industry. But at the same time, India has a tremendous problems of malnutrition or the status in India and micronutrient deficiency, which I have also shown in the chart on the slide, where you can see that what are the percentages of the and the average age of a woman or a man, and what is the overweight problem or the low BMI or the non-communicable diseases, and what is the condition of under 5 strength children. So these are all the resources which I have shown to you. But at the same time, we also need to understand that the reasons for spending, as I have shown the global chart in the earlier slide, we need to understand that the survey which has been done from for NCR, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, and Pune, you can find what are the reasons for eating outside. So socializing is one of the major area. Convenience is another area, and experimenting with the cuisines is one of the area. And you can find how the dynamics of this industry is also changing. Earlier, it was okay to have a change from the wholesome food. We were trying to have a taste for the fast foods, but now it's a time that the dynamics of the population or the Indian population is changing, and everywhere you can find that this nutraceutical or wellness industry is increasing, and people are looking for the better and healthy alternatives available in the market for them. Same is the case with the vitamins and the food supplement market. If you try to understand, see the CAGR of 2018 to 23 of the vitamins and dietary supplements. As everybody of us know, during the pandemic conditions, the consumption of an and the example which we can quote is of a turmeric, the curcumin, the supplements involving curcumin. There was a tremendous growth in the sales of these kind of supplements. Now, if we try to understand, the same conditions are going to go ahead by 2020. It is considered as one of the hot areas where the entire industry is going to boom up till 2028 just because of the conditions we are facing today, as well as there is a growing awareness among the consumers, and the importance of the well-being and the prevention is also there among the consumers, and increased nutrition need of relations to the sports and athletic activities or for the improved performance. One more sector which we can talk of over here is there is a new wave in the country since 2009 where we can find that different premium leagues are taking place, not only in the sports of cricket, but you can find we are trying to get involved in various like hockey or even baseball, or even there are different sports where we can find premium leagues are taking place. And for these premium leagues, a special kind of health needs are getting in a demand. And for that, I feel this nutraceutical and wellness industry can be a big segment where we can cater to this type of industry. Habits and lifestyles is also one of the biggest problem. But just to cater these different conditions, the industry try to understand how the industry is trying to come from the mixed market to the mass markets, and from pathology to aspiration products. If you try to see the pharmaceutical industry, you can find a few of the companies or the MNCs, those who are governing the pharmaceutical industry. At the same time, we can find how they are moving ahead towards the mass market or towards the prevention. And few of the companies, those who have moved from the niche market towards the prevention, then there are few of the nutraceutical new companies like an Amway or Herbalife, which had understood the human needs and went ahead, and where you can find there are some companies, those who are trying to develop the aspiration products or the target products for the wellness or for the nutrition towards the mass market. So that is the flow of the industry, and how they are trying to shift their product base from pharmaceuticals to nutraceuticals and towards nutrition or the well-being industry. At the same time, I have also shown few of the graphs which you can find out what are the global market shares of the different types. When we talk of a nutraceutical or a wellness industry, we need to understand that we can very well classify it into vitamins or the dietary supplements, functional foods, as well as different nutraceutical needs or the cosmeceutical needs. So I have tried to show over here the different global needs for the nutraceutical products, as well as also the percentage share of vitamins and supplements like multivitamins, and calcium supplements, pediatric supplements, and other products. So as in another graph, I have tried to show that the Asia Pacific vitamin market is also going to boom from 2017 to 2028. So this is also one of the area. This was my attempt which I have made to bring to the minds of the audience that what is the need or how the pharmaceutical or the cosmeceutical or food industry is going to change the dynamics. But friends, the institute to which I belong, that is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University's Department of Chemical Technology, we have been involved and we have been working in this area since long. We are in the area, we are in an area where we work in food technology as well as we work in the pharmaceutical technology. We have been supported by different premium government agencies for the projects in which we are working. As far as the area of new drug discovery or the drug development process is concerned, very well we should understand we can divide it this into preclinical and the clinical phase. Now, both the phases, they are involved with AD/MT, it is absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicological studies. So we need to understand that there is a need of the analysis of such kind of products, its metabolized degradation of the products, and impurities either in external matrix like polymers or internal matrix like blood, serum, then plasma, urine, bile, and saliva. So these are the areas in which we are working. I mean to say that nutraceutical industry is going to work hand in hand with the drug metabolism and pharmacokinetic studies. So this is the area in which we are working. We have been supported by ICMR for the new facility, wherein 3.5 CR has been invested by ICMR in the department. The development of this pharmacokinetic facility, where we can find that this facility is called as a national facility for bioanalysis. This is the new facility which is being developed in the department, and really I'm thankful to ICMR and DST for supporting us in this product or the project, where we have a different range of instruments like LCMS, MS, GCMS, MS, and ELISA, and different instrumentations which are being there in this national facility, and we would be catering to the industry for the as a facility for bioanalysis. At the same time, Minister of Food Processing Industries is also helping us. We need to understand when we talk of the nutraceutical or the functional foods area, we need to take care, as I have shown the dynamics of the industry, we need not only think of the finished products, but the raw material which we require, or the quality of raw material, and the value addition of the agro products is also very important. And we have been working with various industries as well as with the government funding bodies to develop new phytochemicals, new enhancers, where we can have an isolated single product. Or we are also trying to work with the SERB, that is a DST, where we are trying to formulate a product which is an evidence-based product. We're trying to locate it, we are trying to assess it, and we either are trying to find whether it is valuable it is applicable, and then we evaluate it clinically. So that is an entire profile development for the new nutraceutical or wellness industry products. So that is the what we can say a canvas on which Department of Chemical Technology is working on. Apart from that, the technologies on which the department has its hand is related with the microencapsulation. Very well, everybody of us know that the different classes of chemical compounds, these are involved in the nutraceutical industry, and now the fragmented products are coming up, but we are trying to find out that we should have a good prebiotic or a probiotic development. At the same time, department is capable of trying to develop few of the products, like some of the marine oils are there. We're trying to see that the microencapsulation is one of the area with the use of new polymers we are trying to coat. So that is one of the area in which the department works. Apart from that, we are working in a supercritical fluid extraction technology, and we have been involved in the development or the extraction methodology development for few of the oils or the volatile oils. They are also involved in the understanding of cereals and pulses and how these can be used ahead by the nutraceutical and wellness industry. So these are few of the areas in which we are progressing and we are working very well. So with this, I would just say thank you for giving me an opportunity to present in front of the audience my views about the upcoming or the new normal nutraceutical or the wellness industry. I am thankful to AFSTI, CFTRI, ICT, and DRDO for giving me an opportunity to present Department of Chemical Technology in front of the audience. Thank you.
So we must be thankful to Professor Praveen Vapte, although he was not here to present his lecture, but it was very well explained, and he could talk about the global wellness economy. There are several reasons for demand of vitamins and minerals, and he has presented a very good combination of nutraceutical, cosmeceutical, as well as nutracosmetical, and he's also shown how the consumers spend more on health these days, and there were several reasons for eating out, like socialization, convenience, as well as experimenting with cuisine. And the technology of microencapsulation was explained very nicely, and he could show that how this can be helpful in developing new products. So with this, I must say that the current session has been completed by now, and we were having 4 speakers, including myself. So that was a wonderful session, although it was getting late because of some of the other reasons. So in the end, I am very thankful to my co-chair, Professor Praveen, and the organizers of 28th ICFoST, Dr. Anil Semwal, the director, DFRL Mysore, and Dr. Sridevi, director, CFTRI Mysore, Professor Uday Anapure, our current president, as well as president designate, Professor Dr. Alok Srivastava, and other vice president and all the team. And I am very thankful on behalf of this session chair to the sponsors of this event as well as this particular session. And in the end, I must say that the students or the young researchers, they could get so many insights of different topics to their interest. And I'm very hopeful that the recommendation of this 20th ICFoST will certainly go a long way to achieve the objective of this convention. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we can close this session. Mr. Abhijit.
Yes, sir, sure.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So shall I start the next session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Sure.
A very good afternoon to all. I invite you all to the 33rd technical session on food and nutritional security and sustainable development goals. We have 4 speakers in this session, and our session is chaired by Dr. Anjali A. Bolte, Associate Professor in charge Head, Department of Food Safety and Quality, MIT ADT University, Pune. Dr. Anjali completed her Masters of Science in Microbiology from Savitribai Phule University, Pune, and her PhD in Microbiology from the same university. Her major research area is fermentation studies on mixed fruit juice for preservation of phenolics, extraction of phenolics from pomegranate peel, microencapsulation of probiotics, and her interests are in new product development. She has 17 years of teaching experience in the field of food safety, sanitation, and fermentation technology. Her contribution to Board of Studies are in designing the course architecture for BTech, MTech, and PhD in food technology for MIT ADT University, Pune. She has contributed immensely in developing the village adoption program for BTech food technology students. She has guided several MTech students for their project work. Her achievements are participation in Smart India Hackathon 2017, wherein she worked as a mentor for Nirman team of MIT CFT and won the second runner-up prize from Ministry of Food Processing India in 2016 for successfully developing the Digi Kisan mobile app to connect the farmers to industry. She has received the Excellence in Extension Award for outstanding contribution in the field of food quality and food safety and nutrition on the occasion of National Conference on Doubling the Farmers' Income. Farmers' Income, Sustainable and Harmonious Agriculture, DISHA in 2018, held in Ranchi. She received the Appreciation Certificate of Excellent Organizer in Persona Fest 2020, held in Rajpur. She has several publications in national and international journals. She has authored a book in the area of food technology and authored several book chapters. She has participated and presented her posters and presented several posters in national and international conferences. She has conducted a lot of training programs and organized webinars on required aspects of food technology for corporate sectors. She has membership in several professional bodies. With this brief introduction, I invite Dr. Anjali to take over this session. Over to you, Dr. Anjali.
Thank you very much, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing committee members of the ICFoST 20th ICFoST, I would like to welcome all the speakers and co-chairs of this session. So we are already running with the time, so I think I should start with introducing with my co-chair. For today's session, the co-chair is Dr. Jyoti Lakshmi, ma'am. She is a principal scientist at CFTRI in the Division Protein Chemistry and Technology Department. She has done PhD in Food Science and Nutrition from University of Mysore, and she is having 16 years of the research experience as a scientist in CSIR CFTRI Mysore. She has also worked around 4 years as a research associate in Mysore University. Apart from that, she has received the award out of her award to the credit. The main are S.G. Shrikanta Memorial Award for securing highest marks in community nutrition during her post-graduation. N.N. Mohan Memorial Award for the best research paper in Indian Food Packer in 1997. And she has also received the best poster award at national and international conferences. She has also delivered the talk at various conferences and presented the posters, more than 50 posters in national and international conferences. Till that, she has published more than 42 research papers. She has also authored one book, and her 4 patents are in the progress of the development. Students, she has almost guided the 18 MSc students and 3 PhD students. And she has also completed the 3 PhD students under her and guiding the 3 PhD students presently. Her area of specialization is food science and nutrition. With this, I welcome you, ma'am, on this forum as a co-chair for this last session of this 20th ICFoST conference. And I also welcome all the speakers of this conference. Thank you very much. So without wasting our time, just let me introduce our next speaker of this session, which is the first speaker, and let me start the session. So first speaker of our session is Dr. Shantanu Das Gupta. Sir, he is from the Reliance Industries Limited. Sir is having a very vast years of working experience, as a 30 years of the working experience. Presently, he is serving as a Senior Vice President, Head of Biology and Algae to Oil R&D for Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai, India. It's my great pleasure to welcome you, sir. Good afternoon to this session. As far as his academic profile is concerned, sir has completed the postdoctoral research at University of Kentucky in USA 1995 to 1998. He had worked on the project coordinated expression of multiple foraging genes in plants and their specific targeting, isolating inducible promoters, producing clinically important monoclonal antibody in plants. He is basically a graduate in BSc Honors in Chemistry. Later on, sir has done MSc in Biochemistry from Kalyani University in 1987, and then he completed his PhD in 1994 from Bose Institute, Calcutta. His PhD research area was protein purification, characterization, cloning, and gene expression analysis. Sir has contributed in number of scientific outreach activities. His main concern is to guide and educate the student, general public, teachers, and farmers about the applied aspects of biotechnology. Sir has published several articles on biotechnology, including articles published in 25 Golden Lectures on Biotechnology. Sir is a person in charge for external projects in India by Monsanto and reviewed and monitored different projects awarded to academic institutes. He also represented Monsanto for Committee for Formulating Biotech Strategy for Indian state Uttaranchal. He has participated in several biotechnology discussions and debates, including the roundtable for inputs to the MS Swaminathan Task Force report in Bioagri submitted to the Government of India. As a secretary or chairman of Institutional Biosafety Committee of Center, he worked very closely with Internal Regulatory Affairs and Department of Biotechnology, Government of India for approvals of import and export of biological material, including transgenic seeds and algae. He has received a number of awards and distinctions to his credit. Out of that, majors are, he is a member for Global Council of Synthetic Biology World Economic Forum. Then sir is also governing body member of Institute of Biomedical Genomics. He is a member of board of directors of the RUSA incubator in Punjab University. member of Research and Academic Advisory Council for IIT Guwahati, IIT Mumbai, and he is also PhD examiner of Pune University, Mumbai University, ICT University. He has supervised the PhD students also, and he is a member of CII, National Committee of Biotechnology also. Apart from his contribution as a reviewer, he was also worked as a chairman for Institutional Biosafety Committee, IRL. Then he is also having fellowship awards to his credit. Then Sir was also awarded as a Leadership Excellence Award, Regulatory Award, People Leadership Award. Presently, Sir is associated with the Reliance Industries Limited as a Senior Vice President, Head Biology in R&D Department. With this short note, I would like to invite Sir to deliver his talk on algal proteins towards sustainable solution for net zero driven global conscience, which is his area of work at his present designation and present affiliation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and thanks organizers for. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am, again for your introduction. And I actually, heard about myself, since a long time. So when you were talking about me, so thank you, and thanks organizers. So what I'll do, I have to rush a little bit, as the session is already delayed and I have some other commitment. And my talk, as you told, would be on algae protein towards sustainable solution for a net zero driven world. I have some issues with my bandwidth, so I'll probably turn my video off and I'll open the presentation. Just a second. Share screen. Oh, sorry, no. I have to share the sound first, then share screen. And you have to let me know if you can see my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic. So we all know that climate change. We're talking about sustainability, and climate change is real. And since the Earth already reacts strongly to all the small changes in the amount of CO2, methane, and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, emissions of these gases must be reduced until the whole system is back in balance again, if we want to create a sustainable world for our generations to come. And net zero emission means that all man-made greenhouse gas emissions must be removed from the atmosphere through reduction measures, thus reducing the Earth's net climate balance to zero. And this is what you call as carbon neutrality. And one of the ways, there are hundreds of different ways, but one of the ways to drive this mission of carbon neutrality is to produce food more sustainably. And I'll come to this. But before I do that, I think it's my responsibility to let you briefly tell that about our overall research and technology philosophy and the focus areas at Reliance Industries. Sustainability and creating values to our customers, our shareholders, employees, and to the society is the key driver for our research and technology focus at RIL. We are committed to work on global challenges like water, energy, food, healthcare. And with our integrated science and technology platform, our strong intention is to play a leading role in fourth industrial revolution, where amalgamation of physical, digital, and biological world happens and makes significant multi-layered impact on our economy, our business, society, and of course to the individuals. And Reliance, being a strong player in digital, chemistry, and materials, as many of you probably know, we wanted to play a major role in biology, including synthetic biology. In biology, one of our focus area is algae and algae biomass, as you were telling in the during the introduction. And let me start with this slide. You might have seen this slide many times earlier, but I'm showing the slide to describe the challenges faced by today's world, to set the context right as why do we need more biomass. Today's world is challenged with ever-increasing population, resulting demand for more food, more water, more energy, better nutrition, and better environment. Now, more biomass produced in an innovative and sustainable way can actually solve many of these challenges, what I was talking about. We chose algae. Now, algae offers a maximum potential to exploit the most important chemical reaction of this earth, which is photosynthesis, and provide maximum possible biomass compared to any land-based crops. And algae biomass also offers diverse opportunities, ranging from low-cost, large-volume commodities like oil to high-cost, low-volume product like food, feed, nutrition, and biomaterials. Started around 8 to 9 years back, at Reliance, we have established an end-to-end algae technology capability and large-scale cultivation. We have created a large and diverse repository of algae and stage-gated screening procedures. Unfortunately, I don't have time to explain it today, for resilient and productive strains, algae strains, starting from high-throughput selection in the lab, of course, and then followed by screening and optimization in outdoor at different levels to select a handful of strains able to grow at larger scale for a long time with reasonable productivity. As you know, when you work on like plant and algae, okay, the result what you get in the lab is not necessarily always translated in the outdoor. So for us, always the focus has been that you test them, challenge them in outdoor if you want to get a strain which is resilient and productive. Now our production strain is now growing in 20-acre scale in last 4 years without crash. It's a big achievement. And with our largest pond is of 2.5 acre in size. And honestly, this is the best in the world in terms of green algae. And the annual productivity what we are getting is around 30 grams per meter square per day. Now, for a faster and efficient development, we are also using automation. And again, because we don't have much time, I'll not go through this slide. Just I'll tell you, when you test the strains in the greenhouse, we use all the robotics and AI and machine learning tools to analyze and monitor the growth of the algae. I'll take just 1 minute here. This is a 1 minute video, and to summarize my story about algae, I must show you that how the algae at scale looks like. So this is near Jamnagar in Gagwa. This is a 1 minute video. Let me turn it on. Yeah.
Our world runs on oil, for fuel, for food, for life. For much of human history, we have relied only on 3 sources of oil: plant oils, animal fats, and petroleum to meet all of our needs. Reliance has found a 4th source in the form of a billion-year-old organism, which grows 20 to 30 times faster than food crops and holds the key to solving the world's energy problem sustainably. Algae, the green gold. We are scaling up this technology at Gagwa, near Jamnagar, where Reliance's flagship refinery is located. Given proximity to the refinery and coastline, CO2 and seawater are available in abundance at the site. The solar irradiance is ideal for algae cultivation.
This pilot was mainly made for oil from algae, but we then diversified it for other products like alternate protein, what I'll be talking about. And as I have shown you about the algae technology, what we have established. Now, let me come back to the context as why we think algae could work as a very good source for alternate protein. As I was indicating, with ever increasing population, I talked about the algae, and increased income and affordability would make the protein demand to double by 2050. And to fulfill this demand, in addition to conventional protein, a great diversity of other novel proteins are also making a way into the alternate protein space. At the same time, the highly unsustainable food practices are creating significant burden to our environment. Take the example of meat production practices. Almost 20,000 liters of fresh water used and up to 60 kilogram of carbon dioxide emitted to produce 1 kilogram of meat. And interestingly, even production of 1 kilo of milk also generate 1 kilo of carbon dioxide. Now, socio-economic changes, aging population, and the ecological deterioration due to the conventional food habits are driving a demand for novel and sustainable food, ingredients, and nutraceutical products. Now, matching with this trend, the volume of alternate protein market today is $50 billion and growing at more than 7% CAGR, with various emerging segments mostly as meat substitutes valued more than $10 billion. Now, sustainable protein production methods, reducing carbon emissions and CO2 mitigation are actively being sought and encouraged. Some of the top alternate protein manufacturing practices which have been substantially demonstrated and scaled include alternate natural protein like plant, algae, and insect protein. B, proteins produced through microbial fermentation, precision fermentation, and meat cultured in the laboratory, like cellular agriculture. All of you might have heard. Now, algae offers the most sustainable alternate option for protein. Why I'm telling that, compared to meat, which emits, as I told, 30 to 60 kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of meat, algal production eliminates 2 kilogram of CO2 per kilogram of biomass produced. And not only CO2 elimination, it saves water significantly, almost 70 times less water compared to animal protein. And algae offers some of the highest protein densities in the plant kingdom, with some species like spirulina, you might have heard, having more than 60% protein content. Now, the protein production by virtue of the fact that the whole biomass is utilized for production, it can offer most tonnage per hectare productivity by more than 20 times higher than any conventional crop for protein production. Algae has conventionally been a part of the East Asian diet and has been taken in various forms, including the macroalgal counterpart. Spirulina, interestingly, spirulina has been positioned globally as a holistic nutrition-packed superfood. And algal biomass have not only been identified with power-packed major nutrients such as protein and fibers, but also several therapeutic properties. Very interestingly, different algae offers many different opportunities for a range of food products and ingredients, in terms of nutrition, taste, color, smell, depending on your choice of using which algae protein as which product. Like it could be alternate meat, could be alternate fish, could be alternate prawn, and any other alternate food. And algae, with its high protein content and therapeutic properties, is a ready ingredient to the health drink segment, number one. Further, we have done that. You can see that a chunk of meat-like structure on the slide. That is a prototype we made in the lab. So that tastes like meat, that chews like meat, that smells like meat, but that's made with algae. So it's a meat substitute formulation. And you can do substitute for chicken and fish, and also it's very easily amenable to other bakery types of products. Like you could see something what we made in the photograph. Okay, you can make cookies. You can have protein-rich noodles. Now this is another example, very, very interesting example. I'm pretty excited, and I wanted to share with you. This is the example of useful heme protein product. for complementing the color and taste in alternate meat product. The meat, when you, especially, if you do burger type, you'll get the smell and the color, of course. That's because of the heme protein from the animal. And also, not just the color and taste in alternate meat product, but also for iron supplement. Just, talking about iron supplement, around 55% of Indian population are anemic. And majority of them are women and school-going kids. And source of the bioavailable iron, I'm emphasizing again on the bioavailable iron, edible iron, is mostly animal meat, red meat, from the hemoglobin part. Now, creating a vegan, affordable, and bioavailable iron source can be of immediate use for India and the rest of the world. And we have created a kind of vegan hemoglobin using synthetic biology. You could see in that conical, that red color solution type. And I can't tell detail about this yet, as the patent is still pending there. Now, to summarize, so India, I don't think India is no more aspiring to be only nutritionally replete, but also environmentally responsible. The advent of new technologies in cellular agriculture ushers in a hope of satisfying nutrition while reducing the emission from conventional food production, something which has been the highlight of conversations around climate change. And this approach, when we scale up, will come at the environmental benefit of reducing land uses and water. I forgot to tell you that when you grow algae, we don't use even a single drop of fresh water. It's all seawater. And while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the core of the nutrition problem revolves around addressing the protein needs and delivering it in a sustainable way to mainly for the Indian diet. With that, I think I'll stop, but I must thank all my team members. Whatever little work I told you today, it's because of all the team members could see in the last slide. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks all the organizers. I can I think open my video now. One second. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. It is really an interesting topic, because when we are talking about climate change is today's global emergency, and along with that, we have to work to satisfy the need of proteins of the growing population. So really, alga is one of the wonderful alternative where we need to focus more. And thank you for showing the wonderful video of your workplace that is for really motivational for the students who are really willing to work on the some similar aspect of the algae. And I really wholeheartedly congratulate you for selecting this project and working on this topic, which is as a point view of the environmental responsible act also. So congratulations, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks. Thanks a lot. You're on mute.
Okay, so next is myself, that I have to express my views on the important issues. So let me just share my screen and start the presentation. So this is what I have decided to speak today on this scientific forum, which is related to some innovative approaches and capacity building for combating the viral foodborne diseases. See, now when we are talking about diseases, it covers mainly the number of reasons could be there for the causing diseases in humans and animals. But when specifically I am speaking here about foodborne diseases, because the food is a basic need of the human line, and human beings are diligent to just go with the or accepting and running with the modern challenges, which are mainly due to climate change, urbanization, and global population growth. So main concern in diseases are about now foodborne diseases in which will be there in the future. And presently all we have actually experience the detrimental effect of the COVID-19, it is the main concern should be about viral foodborne diseases. So major challenges for availability of food is rising population, decrease in agricultural land, change in lifestyle in accordance with the food habits. Now, decreasing agricultural land and simultaneously the consumer are demanding for the varietal kind of the diversified category of the food which are coiling around the health aspect. Take an example of the vegan food, plant-based food, nutraceutical-based food, ethnic food having the touch with the nutraceuticals and all those. These are the demand of the consumers and which are having a human booster capacity. So it is a really challenging for a one to compensate with both the requirements of the consumer, nutritional, and also on other hand side, there is a decrease in agricultural land for the good productivity of the agricultural crop. Climate is also changing, which is very uncertain, which cannot give you the guarantee for good agricultural produce. And if you see the raw material quality of agricultural produce, that is also not up to the mark where we can get the international market. So population is now expected to reach around 8.5 billion in 2013 and 9.7 billion in 2050. So how to feed that population is really challenging. That's why I told the Dasgupta sir, it was a very interesting topic briefed by him that alga kind of sources could be the one of the good alternative for us for this. So as we know, the basic hazards in food are the physical, chemical, and biological hazards. And out of this, in the biological hazards, the 1,415 are the pathogenic microbial species. Out of that, 217 are virus and prions. Remaining are the bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and helminths. So out of these 868, that means 16% are zoonotic viruses, which spreads from animal to humans. Now, out of these zoonotic viruses, there are emerging and non-emerging disease hazards. The emerging disease hazard are the frequent one, which are 1,175. So emerging pathogen out of my total, this zoonotic pathogens are 75 in concern here. So if we look at the economic loss due to the foodborne illnesses, and if we count 1 in 10 people feel sick because of the foodborne illness, which is mainly due to the microbial hazard. Now, if we look at the various papers and the various data which is available on foodborne diseases, it mainly concerns with the bacterial diseases, but viral diseases still had focus a very less. It's not a fact that viral diseases are not occurring. They are occurring, but recorded reports are not there. Take a simple example, day by day, when we are getting a good reports that the incidence of foodborne outbreak are rising. It's not that they are rising because on the other hand side, we are taking a lots of care of hygiene and sanitation also. Awareness of hygiene and sanitation is also rising, and simultaneously the outbreak of foodborne disease is rising. So what is the exact correlation of this fact? Exact correlation is previously these diseases were there, but these were not getting reported because of the unavailability or unawareness or availability of lack of the availability of proper surveillance system in country and throughout the globe. So now we got to know frequently about the disease outbreaks, their reports, so we could prevent them by using various preventive measures. Now, if you look at the distribution of outbreaks which are caused by the food, that is mainly through the egg products. Okay, and this is why it is mainly concerned. Salmonella outbreaks through the egg is mainly concerned, and remaining animal category of food are also there. Plant-based category foods are also there. Now, people trend is they are trying to prefer now after this COVID pandemic vegan food, plant-based food. But still, though the consumers start accepting or changing their choices, this trend of the viral association is not getting eradicated, or that there is no that if people are not preferring the animal food, that means they will be having a less challenge of the animal virus. It's not like that. In plant-based food also, number of viruses, pathogenic viruses are there, and so that's why dealing the viruses is a very challenging. And that's why the proper system needs to be in a place, which is a surveillance system, which is a detection system, and focus needs to be brought on the viruses which spread to the food. So as far as the study update is concerned, as I discussed with you, that we need to have the proper system to focus on viruses. Now, this is the list of some important viral outbreaks. If you can see, apart from this, there are also a number of outbreaks which are mentioned on the CDC website and by the WHO. So these viruses, these mainly are present in the animal intestine or human intestine, and they get shreds through the feces in the environment. In environment, they whatever the viruses are there, their persistence is there for a long period of time. Even persistent capacity of each type of virus is different from each category of virus, and then they contaminate the food during primary processing, during handling. So starting from the food distribution or starting from the food chain, we need to take care about this hazard in a very proper way. It needs to be entertained very carefully, starting from the start of the food chain, implementing the good agricultural practices till the end of its consumption. So low infectious dose and robust survival in food and various environment could be the solutions of that. Now, if you see the viral implications in foodborne infections, there are major reports of the hepatitis A virus and norovirus, which are causing disease. In fact, norovirus and rotavirus are causing the severe gastrointestinal diseases and frequent outbreak of the diarrhea in country like India, developing countries mainly. Apart from that, hepatitis A to E, 5 variants are there. They are also responsible, and they have also reported through various waterborne and foodborne outbreaks. So adenoviruses and astroviruses, sapoviruses, these are the various family of viruses. These are till reported the causing these foodborne outbreaks till date. So this is what it is a major concern. So how to control this? One should have a good system for managing that risk, starting from risk analysis, risk management, and risk communication. So role of pathogen survival system is very important. And that's why at global level, CDC, WHO, all are having good surveillance system. But in the developing countries, it needs to be geared up and it needs to be properly focused. Okay. So starting from the food chain, one has to implement this risk analysis system. Good agricultural practices should be there at the initial level. Then food safety measures needs to be implemented at each and every step of the processing and the production chain, and then food control measures. If we see the scenario of food control measures and food safety measures, they are even designed or implemented which are focusing or targeting only the bacterial pathogens. So it's a high time to focus on the viral pathogens also. So main objectives of the food control system systematic approach is to provide the safe food and to reduce the foodborne illnesses and to facilitate the domestic and international trade in food. So this is the list which we can see commonly everywhere, that how one can tackle any kind of foodborne outbreaks, which is a bacterial or viral. Maintaining the personal hygiene, cooking the food, then disposing the waste in a proper manner, developing the HACCP and all at every run of the practice in the cooking establishment and food industry establishment. So apart from that, what we need to do over here, we need to look at properly with the virus characteristics, persistence of the foodborne viruses. Okay, for example, adenoviruses, they are found to survive up to 35 days on plastic surfaces in low relative humidity environment. So humidity does matter a lot in defining the persistent time of the viruses, and it also differs from virus to virus. Stability of foodborne viruses during processing also a major concern, where we need to focus very critically. Then decontamination of surfaces, hand strengthening efficacy of control measures, that we all are doing, but we we are not properly focusing the persistent time of the particular virus, which may be the probable pathogen of particular type of food. That needs to be critically analyzed there. Then quantitative assay capacity, discriminating viable and non-viable kind of the viruses, that needs to be also focused. So see, there are 18 routes of transmission and the impact of viral characteristics on their control or viability. So there are a number of infectivity assays are available. Okay, but in a routine, they are not practiced or they are not available in each and every laboratory. So we need to improve the detection techniques, detection methodology. We need to revise. We need to validate the system of the HACCP, where we need to check or concern viral as a major hazard. These are some global level initiatives by the CDC, WHO, and USDA that they are continuously running to reduce the foodborne outbreaks or diseases. This is the hepatitis A outbreak scenario in India and throughout the globe. So if you see high prevalence, that greater than 90% have immunity age by 10, it is with respect to age throughout the world, which I have mentioned over here. So if you see the India, and here if you see in India, especially about Maharashtra, this hepatitis A outbreak is a very large. So we need to have a more concern about hepatitis A outbreak, and that's why second important, that's why Ministry of Family and Health Welfare, they are having the separate program for hepatitis A eradication. Now, second virus is a norovirus. I have shown that how norovirus is important in causing the gastrointestinal cases in various years. Frequently, it is mainly causing the diarrhea, and in norovirus infection and diseases with respect to the income group throughout the globe, which I have presented. So developing countries are again major concern with that. Now, human norovirus are leading cause of foodborne diseases, and it is responsible for over 5 million cases in US annually. So this norovirus mainly spread to the shellfish. So shellfish processing, it needs to be monitored. This is what I was talking about, the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program, which is initiated by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. And what is the prime responsibility of every individual to work in hand with this? So any type of organization, any type of institute which are dealing with this particular food technology, food safety aspect kind of the program, they should have at least one kind of the extension program to sensitize the society, sensitize the cooking establishment near to them for the food safety. So it's all a responsibility of everyone to come forward and educate everyone about the food safety and awareness of the foodborne diseases. So this, what is the major present constraint in the pathogen surveillance system? If we look at this properly, there is a lack of proper survival systems for viral outbreaks and illness records. As many diseases occurs, it needs to be focused for obtaining precise data. Okay, so risk management activities, there is 11 alert system for food and feed has received reports that there are 23 outbreaks of the viral foodborne illnesses from 2001 to 2007, which is associated with the so many foods, raspberries and molluscan mainly are there, but that still it is the reports about after 2007 till period that is incomplete. So frequent follow-up needs to be taken with that, and it needs to be recorded very crucially. So surveillance system across the world differ greatly. So therefore a comparison report, it's very difficult to get a comparison report about quoting the outbreak incidences. So there should be a harmony has to be brought with this particular aspect. So true burden of human illness from foodborne viruses, calculating it and estimating it is a need of an hour. So considerations for government is there should be the revision or validation in the surveillance system. So we need to improve our detection methods, more advanced detection methods like biosensors and other systems apart from only ELISA and PCR, which routine laboratory are doing, that should be overtaken by the some advanced detection methods like biosensors, and that could be the promising research area in the viral epidemiology. So there should be a good reporting strategy for international outbreaks, and that should be established. A detection and prevention of foodborne virus infection, it should be in an organized fashion. Okay, so the foodborne viral infections are diagnosed with increasing frequency only and only when the laboratory or detection methods will get strengthened. This illustrates the existence of regular breaks in the microbial safety to the food, okay, and the most common pathogens which are relatively mild and self, we can even use the strategy to quoting them as an indicator microorganisms. Okay, so how we can go ahead with the strategic planning in controlling and coating the foodborne outbreaks due to viruses. We can use the number of mathematical modeling. We can use the system of the indicator microorganism detection instead of detecting the viruses directly. So limiting illness, their high incidence illustrate the potential of large and international foodborne viral epidemics. We will come to know about the when we come to know the characteristics of the typical viral foodborne disease or pathogen. Through that, we can predict about foodborne viral epidemics also. So this is how one should really think on this. And next to this, we need to adopt the multidisciplinary approach to control this foodborne virus diseases. Okay. For example, we should have some improved molecular methods to study the viral and other causes of foodborne diseases. So how the viral is replicating with the goal of producing in vitro culture system. So if we come to know the replication and the type and the details of that particular virus, we can suggest design the in vitro culture system to grow that virus and study that foodborne pathogen. Development of sensitive, rapid and practical methods is a need of and time, which will give you the like microarray method is there, viral genotyping is there, and this biosensor technology is there. Collection and analysis of population data on epidemiological significance of viral associated foodborne disease. So it requires really the epidemiological attribution and characterization of risk in a sincere manner. So for better prevention and control, more improvement in understanding of these norovirus and other virus structures, their prevalence needs to be addressed. So more extension and education and engagement programs needs to be conducted, and involvement is highly essential. It is there. Government has started an initiative, but it's an the individual side that we should respond it in a positive manner, and we should get it get ourselves contributed in this national capacity building program. So building scientific and human capacity to support increased sustained efforts in field virology in future is a need of one time that we need to do. And that's what it opens the door for more promising research area in a virology. That is, more developmental work is required on methods to detect the viruses in a food. Then such a method should be reasonably very simple, rapid, cost effective. The crucial step is extraction of virus particle from food matrix. So we need to have that particular technology or research needs to be carried out. Then a standard method to assess viral survival would allow acquisition of comparative data, that is response of different virus type to same set of environmental condition that we need to study it frequently. The features of this method would include the similar inoculum size, sample size. So what we need to work is on collecting data, analyzing data and interpreting data and setting up of our own mathematical equations and assumption for spreading the virus. So we need to adopt or develop new culture system. Information is needed for viral survivals on different food commodities. Information is needed on duration of shedding and levels of viruses in persons. So all this information we need to build a proper system which will address or help us in overcoming the future challenge of the viral spread through the food of the various categories. Okay, so this is what I wanted to express my views about foodborne viruses today. Thank you very much, all the organizing committee members, all the sponsors, CFTRI, DRDO, AFSTI chapter Pune, AFSTI chapter Mumbai, and AFSTI chapter Aurangabad, and MIT ADT University Pune for offering me an opportunity to express my views on this particular topic. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
हाँ madam, you are audible.
Okay. So with this, I would like to hand over to Jyoti Lakshmi madam. Hello, madam. Hello, madam, are you there?
it appears that madam is not there.
Sir, what to do now? Shall we start?
We can move forward. No problem.
Yes. I think
because
it's your
we
session,
already
sir.
have the paucity of time.
Yes. So what I will do, sir, now I will introduce. Yes, madam is there. I think she has joined. Yeah. Jyoti, madam.
Please
You are
unmute yourself.
Yes, madam.
Jyoti, madam, please unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yeah, now.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Anjali for a very good presentation on the foodborne diseases, which is very apt for the present scenario. Now, I would like to introduce the next speaker to the audience, that is Dr. Ajit S. Kojare. Dr. Ajit finished his MTech in Dairy Engineering and PhD in NFP, as a NFP fellow from ICRA, Holland. He has more than 25 years of research experience and teaching experience in various capacities. He is currently working as a professor and in charge UGC Committee College, Department of Dairy Science and Technology, Vivekananda College, Samarth Nagar, Aurangabad. His area of expertise is dairy and food engineering. He has coordinated several sessions and scientific conferences, including the current ICFoST. He has several honors to his credit, to name a few: NFP International Fellowship at ICRA, Netherlands, several Best Poster Awards in national and international conferences, his Honorable Vice Chancellor Special Appreciation Certificate, MAFSU. He has delivered more than 20 invited talks, plenary talks, and keynote addresses in national and international conferences. He has published around 30 papers in national and international journals. He has authored 4 book chapters and 1 patent. He has guided 3 MTech students and currently guiding 1 PhD student. With this brief introduction on his achievements, I invite you, sir, for the session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the kind introduction. Let me share my screen with you. Is it visible, madam?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ICFoST, for giving me an opportunity. And I'm sorry that actually we're supposed to welcome you here at Aurangabad, being a local organizers here in Aurangabad chapter, but due to this COVID situation, we have to be online. So I'm sorry for that. I'm going to speak on the novel approaches in traditional foods, and I understand there is a very limited time, so I will try to make it quick. So, is my slides are moving, madam? Shall I? Did I jump to next slide? Yes, madam.
No, it's
slides
not.
Are moved. Yeah.
No, it is not moving, sir. Slides. It is I can see only first slide, title slide.
Acha. I was that problem. Now can you see my second slide, madam?
Yes.
Yeah. I will go with this because I have not crowded my slides. So I think whatever written on these slides are visible. So when we talk about traditional food, everybody is interested in traditional food. So what exactly is the traditional foods? So we call it traditional foods where key production steps are performed in certain areas, locality, region, and the country. That food is authenticated in their recipe, raw material, production steps, and the food which is commercially available for last at least 100 years. Then we call it as a traditional foods, and most importantly, it should be the part of gastronomic heritage of that particular locality, region, or country. If this condition is satisfied, then we call that as a traditional food. Why we are concerned about traditional foods? Why we are talking about traditional food? Because they are the great social, religious, cultural, medicinal, and economic importance. The total volume exceeds to organized sector It has a great market potential. Level of value addition is almost 100 to 200%. You take the simple example of dahi in my area, then tremendous value addition is there. Some products are growing at the rate of 15 to 20% per annum. So that's why we have to concern about traditional food, because it has a great opportunity for the marketing. But we are concerned because mostly it is a small level operations. Mostly these products are prepared manually and the operations are energy intensive. If we really understand why we are talking about traditional foods, and if we compare most of the Western foods, then these Western foods are available in standard packing, having standard proper standards by the authority, having the greater shelf life. So they really upgraded many of these products. But if we come to our traditional product, particularly traditional Indian products, then still it is in the local shops like halwai shops, and still it needs the proper packaging, and we have to lift the product from the shelf openly, and there is no standardization. Most of the times halwai don't give you the bill, so there is no problem of GST and other taxes that goes to the government, which is really needed, because the volume of the sale of this product is very much. I can give you this simple example of dahi that all of we like, and particularly in southern part it is very much popular. I had been to Netherlands for the fellowship, and I saw the counterpart of dahi is a yogurt, and in variety of different flavors, colors, and texture that yogurt was available. But if you really see in India, particularly our dahi is still white and having the same texture, color. So we have to work on these traditional foods, because it is important for us. If you take the second example, the children like the Maggi very much, but do we have this kind of product available with us? Yes, we had the semolina. We in Maharashtra we call it semai kind of. So these products were available with us, but still I don't know, it was our apathy from our research side or from commercial side that this product we could not able to upgrade what Maggi has got upgradation. And you see the kind of variety, kind of flavors, kind of textures Maggi is available, but still our Indian products, we are looking for our grandmother and mother that she can prepare and we can eat. So in this way, probably this product may not sustain if we really will not work on that. And if you see this cuisine map, then variety of products are available. These are traditional in nature. If you go to the north, south, east, and west, many products, these are traditional products available, and many these products have the potential to get upgraded, get exported, because many of our Indians are available in Western countries, Gulf countries, and they really wanted that traditional taste. So that's why we have to be very much concerned about the traditional foods. So what we can do with that, how we should go forward, and we are going, of course, I don't think that many of the product we have upgraded to the level of the commercial exploitation. Like you take the example of dahi, it was earlier available only in the dahi wala and halwai shop. Now you can go to any kirana shop and you can get the dahi, because we have standardized this product, we have upgraded this product, it is available in standard packaging and shelf life. So what way we should go forward as far as traditional Indian products are concerned? First is we have to document, because document is the key for survival. Many of the products are still not documented. Some people are preparing is that if they go, then probably nobody will have the name of that product. So we have to have the documentation of all these products first. Consumer perception, because there is a changing lifestyle, fast lifestyle is there, urbanization is there. Of course, we are going for 50% urbanization in coming years. So what people want, in what way they want this traditional product, that we have to understand, and that we have to mold that product in that fashion so that it can be readily available for them. working on the Indian traditional foods, really I saw among the students, particularly my student also, Dr. Aneja has said in one last IDA conference that if somebody is working on the Gargabulla seeds, then it's something reputed. And if somebody working on the Khoa or Barfi, then it is not much important. That type of feeling is among the new researcher, particularly among the students. So that feeling has to keep out, and really this is our treasure, and we have to take it forward, and that's why we have to work on the Indian traditional foods. Functional foods area, many times we say that many of our products are quite functional, have the targeted disease curing power or like that. But how many products we have kept it forward so that it can be available in real functional food form? How much validation we did, and that was a real validation and real work. So just saying that particular Indian product has particular power of having therapeutic importance and it can cure the disease, and that will not work. We have to validate it first, and that work is also going on. If you come to the probiotics and microflora identification, so our dahi has really probiotic property. That kind of product can be diversified, because in India, in the different region, yesterday Mr. Tamang was talking about, Professor Tamang, that this microflora differs. The dahi we eat in Maharashtra and dahi you eat in North India and dahi you eat in northern side of the India, it has a different microflora, and that microflora has different properties also. So that need to be identified. We can mix it, and we can enhance that fermented milk product also. And we should not lag behind for the process and equipment that need to be developed. I will be showing that many of the processes and equipment has been developed, but still, since we are not standardizing the process, it is difficult to work on the process, because that need the property, and that property need to be established. So what I did in this presentation, I have reviewed what work has been undertaken in the various laboratories in India, particularly in NDRI Karnal, and I was working on traditional Indian, particularly dairy products, because I am a dairy technology. So I will work on my area and what we did in particularly dairy area that I am going to present you. So if you see this slide, then I'm sorry, it is not in animation mode, because full screen mode is not working on at my end. So if you see, a variety of Indian product can be prepared from the milk. They are categorized into heat and acid coagulated, fermented. Frozen kulfi is quite popular, fat concentrated makhan and ghee. It is quite a good product. Cereals kheer has additional value addition from the nutritional point of view. We have barfi, peda, kunda, that is from Khoa based product. We have rasgulla, sandesh, channa, poda, and many more channa based sweets available in India on northern part, western part. We have the Khoa rabri basundi that's come from the heat desiccation. So all these products are really delicious product, and that need to be upgraded if you want to keep them sustainable. So some of the technology that has been developed. So this technology has been developed at NDRI Karnal, where I did my master's, that ready to constitute rasmalai mix. So preparing the rasmalai at household level, it requires the time, and today with changing lifestyle, people do not have the time. So NDRI did this work on the rasmalai mix. So within 4 or 5 minutes, you can prepare this very delicious product at household level. And mix also, it is a shelf stable, so you can keep it whenever you have time and whenever you have mood. You can just keep out the product, even at room temperature you can keep, because it is in powder form. Having the shelf life of almost 6 months at ambient temperature, and it has a great export potential also. Another wonderful product is a kheer mix. Everybody likes the kheer, but preparation of kheer required the time. And that shelf life was also only 2 to 3 days under refrigeration. So when I was a research project I got an opportunity to work on this project as a research associate at NDRI, and this product, really wonderful product, can be prepared in 4 to 5 minutes. So I hope if you want to sustain the kheer for future, then we have to make the different forms of these products. So it has a great scope for wide-scale marketing, formulation, and it has a very convenient, coupled with the time of serving, how many people have, then you can, it is written on the pocket that for how many servings it is available. So you can immediately increase the quantum also. People are concerned about the cholesterol ghee. This also work done at NDRI, that they have almost reduced almost 80% reduction in the cholesterol from this ghee, and low cholesterol ghee is available in market. It contained around 0.25 to 0.40% cholesterol. They have reduced it almost 80%, and the product meet the standards as per the PFA and EGMAR's guideline also. So process required little extra equipment and processing facility, but this technology is available for commercial exploitation over there. Concern about sugar, then they have the low fat, low sugar content burfi. Burfi is a wonderful product. People like it. Almost in this dietetic burfi, 50% reduction in the fat, 100% sugar free, and 32% calorie free burfi is also available. Similar kind of things also need to be worked out in other products. There is a good combination of millet cereals, like they come out with the bajra lassi. Of course, people now talking about variety of foods in morning. One honorable speaker were talking about this. So it is suitable bacterial culture starter has to be identified that can ferment milk as well as millet solid. Process of fermentation reduce the level of hydrate and improve the availability. So there is a more chances of fortification also, but we need to understand just mixing is not work. We have to understand the stability and nutritional value, then this product will be sustainable. In my laboratory, we have worked on the reconstituted chicken. One of my MTech student work on that, and we have come out with wonderful product that you can have the dried product. We have combined the dried curd powder and then skimble powder and sugar, and you can reconstitute the Shrikhand as it is available in the market, and it has a shelf life, of course, for a year. So this is one of the wonderful that my student, she did this preparation of curd powder at my laboratory. That photographs are here. One of my students worked on the edible packaging on the paneer. So she used the chitosan, and chitosan is wonderful film forming property, and also we found antibacterial properties in the chitosan, and we have enhanced the we have reduced the microbial content of the paneer. 0.8% concentration we find is a very suitable concentration to pack the paneer, so you can eat the paneer along with the packaging, and that also will increase the shelf life of that product. We have worked on the properties, particularly moisture absorption properties, because as I said earlier, that unless we establish the property, we cannot go for the standard process and equipment. So we have to have to work on the properties of this product, because moisture absorption properties are particularly needed for drying the product, that how much heat it required, then at how much water activity it is shelf stable, like that. One of my MTech students work on bottle gourd burfi and banana Shrikhand, and this is a very simple experimental setup we did in our laboratory. We have created array of the relative humidity 0.11 to 0.97 using the salt solution as recommended by the Greenspan, and we have kept it at the BOD incubator at different temperatures, and then we have waited till the equilibrium, and then we have also powdered the same sample, and we got this kind of graph that we called a moisture absorption hysteresis. So you can see at dried product and wet product, at what water activity, how much is the moisture content. So we have also recommended some level of moisture content for the stability of this particular indigenous dairy product. She has also worked out about the net isotonic heat absorption and absorption isostar. We have found out this data is really needed, that how much energy is required to eject the moisture from these products. One of my diploma student and entrepreneur, because we have the community college and many of the 1 year diploma program in dairy processing we are running, and many of the students become the entrepreneur. So what Bene BSc student, we could not find that they are interested in entrepreneurship, but 1 year diploma students, we found that they are very much interested in entrepreneurship, and they have started their own venture also. So one student, she worked on the sol curry, and you know, the sol curry is quite popular in Konkan region of Maharashtra. It is coconut based because it is imitation product. It is not a milk based product, and it is very nutritious in taste. But it is having low shelf life. So she's trying, because I am mentoring that. She's trying aseptic packaging like the Tetra Pak, and she's also trying to employ different drying methods so that she can prepare the instant mix. So I am a mentor for this project for the diploma student. So madam, I'm just going to the just couple of slides, please. These are the equipments. I worked on my MTech program quite a long year back, but this is wonderful equipment available at NDRI. And this kind of equipment is required for a variety of Indian products. So not just the process development, because if you wanted to scale the production, then you have to have the equipment. So engineering students, engineering side should work on the process development and equipment development. So the equipments are available for khoa, barfi, rabri, basundi, ghee. Continuous ghee making is available. Many of these products need that continuous process. Kheer making and gajar pak, these equipments are available so far. These are some of the paper I have published in the journal regarding properties, because I am working mostly on the properties. This is one of the book on the we came out with that moisture absorption properties of Indian milk products. So many of the Indian milk products we have studied in my laboratory, and we have come out with this book. So in conclusion, I could say that traditional Indian foods need to be documented. First, documentation is key for survival. Today's local can be tomorrow's global, because unless we exploit them at our level, then how it can be the global? And there is a demand. Most of these traditional products of China or European countries we use. Then why don't we use our product? We have to take the pride in TIP research. Of course, there is a work which is going on through the centralized project. Therapeutic claims, many therapeutic claims we do for the traditional Indian foods, but that has to be validated, because most of the processes, unit operation involved in that, then what happens to this excipient, whichever therapeutic in nature. So we have to validate through the research. Bioactive peptides, I have not talked much about bioactive peptides. Actually, I have reduced that slides due to this constraint of the time, but particularly in milk, there are many bioactive peptide and have the great potential as a functional foods, and a lot of work is going on these bioactive peptides from the milk. So of course, in the coming area, we will have the different food, I hope so. Food properties need to be established. Still, there is not much work on the food properties of traditional Indian foods. So that has to be worked. And at last, instantization is key. People want ready to use, ready to serve. So we have to make this product instant in nature. So if we work on that, then of course, the traditional Indian food will survive and will have the potential to go at global level also. So I'm sorry you could not visit Aurangabad. So this college is located in Aurangabad. These are the quite pilot facilities available in my laboratory. Some of the extension work we carried out for new entrepreneurs and students. And thank you, Chair and co-chair for and FSTI for giving me an opportunity to express my view. So I'm off here. Thank you. Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you for wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Jyoti madam, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Is my slides visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, madam.
So can I start?
Why not, madam?
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my research part in this platform. My topic for today's presentation is dietary strategies for overcoming micronutrient deficiencies with special reference to iron deficiency anemia. Nutrition, actually the World Health Assembly laid down 17 SDGs to be looking at the health and nutrition scenario to be met by 2030. Out of it, 2 of the SDG goals, that is SDG 2 and 3, is being given full attention on nutrition. That is by 2030 to end all forms of malnutrition and address the nutritional needs of the entire population. This is because despite which high prevalence of malnutrition is still prevailing worldwide, and this is a cause of concern for addressing the importance of nutrition. More than 2 billion people across the world are subjected to micronutrient deficiencies, and it is termed as hidden hunger. The major micronutrient deficiencies prevalent are iron, vitamin A, iodine deficiency, and vitamin deficiency. Among this, anemia is being given a major. Anemia is really causing lot of concern. That is because the SDG goals were set to reduce anemia by 3% every year. But we failed to meet the SDG goals into 2020 and 2015, and now for meeting the 2030 target also, we are far behind it. And the shortfall in SDG target for anemia in India is by 43%. If we look at the prevalence of anemia, it is present in more than 50% of the women folk in different physiological age groups. It's also present at a higher level in children below 5 years of age and adolescent men and women, adolescent boys and men also. So what are the consequences of anemia? Why do we take it as a cause of concern? If we look at the negative effects of anemia in different age groups, it's really worrisome. During pregnancy, it is responsible for 20% of maternal mortality. And apart from causing the negative effects or causing negative effects during labor, it is also affecting the it is causing adverse maternal and neonatal outcomes, and this will cross to the next generation also. During infancy and early childhood, it is affecting the physiological and neurological development, and in case of school children, it is affecting their IQ, and in case of adolescents, it is affecting their secondary sexual development and also the physical performance. In case of adults, it is affecting their physical capacity and also the earning capacity. On the whole, this anemia, which is prevalent across the globe and across different, there is no endemicity for this, but it is present to a higher extent in the South Asian countries, especially in the underprivileged communities. And
Sorry for interruption, ma'am.
this is affecting the nation's economy to a large.
Sorry for interruption, ma'am.
Sorry?
The slides are not moving.
Okay.
You are on fourth or fifth slide, right?
Yeah, fifth slide.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now is the slide visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Coming to the etiology of anemia, the major causative factor for this is low intake of iron in our population, major reliance on plant-based foods to meet the requirements of iron, and then poor bioavailability. About 50% of the population in our country are consuming the foods with low bioavailability. And other reason for a higher prevalence in children in underprivileged areas is worm infestations. Now coming to looking at the nutrition scenario or the magnitude of anemia, our government in 1970 itself implemented the National Nutrition Anemia Program, wherein iron and straightforward strategies were adopted, and high therapeutic doses of iron and folic acid were provided for pregnant women, children, and based on the response and also the impact, our government also kept on changing the mode of providing the iron and folic supplements. But in spite of that, the compliance rate of this anemia prophylaxis program was just 0.3. That is because the higher doses of iron was reported to cause oxidative damage. So that in turn was known to affect the microbiome, gut microbiome, wherein the balance between the pathogenic bacteria and the beneficial bacteria was disturbed, and hence food absorption was affected. Considering all these factors at national level itself, the policymakers, researchers, and the nutritionists suggested that increasing bioavailability of dietary iron would be a safe strategy for alleviation of anemia. Now let's see what is bioavailability. As everybody knows, it is the fraction of the ingested nutrient that is available for absorption and utilization by the body. This bioavailability of iron or any other nutrient from a food matrix depends upon between the balance of the inhibitory compounds and promotive components present in the food matrix. In the plant-based foods, the major inhibitors which are present are phytate, tannin, oxalate, and dietary fiber. 6 moles of phytate is known to bind 1 mole of iron. So we can imagine the complexity of the complex, and therefore these complexes are rendered unavailable to the body. Keeping all this in mind, and also the high prevalence of anemia in the preschool children, wheat-based complementary foods were formulated. 5 formulations were made. CFM refers to complementary food mixes. Here, wheat, sugar, and fat was kept common, and then the protein sources were altered. Different combination of proteins were used, like oilseed milk and pulse proteins were used. Then it was multiple strategies were employed to enhance the bioavailability of iron. First thing is, since phytic acid is a major causative factor for low bioavailability, dephytonization was adopted, and then fortification was done because these products were intended for anemic children, and then certain enhancers were added to further increase the bioavailability of the iron. These were the common conventional and industrial processes which are used in the complementary food production were adopted, and certain enzymatic treatments were also tried, and their effect on anti-nutritional factors of the food matrices were analyzed, and it was found that a thermal treatment like drum drying, roasting, autoclaving, all these reduce the iron to phytate ratio to a significant extent, but major reduction was observed with phytase activation when this was done for a period of 4 hours. That is, wheat contains the endogenous or the indigenous phytase. When suitable conditions were provided, the phytase get activated, and this will facilitate the dephytonization from other food sources also. There was a significant reduction in oxalates and tannins also on thermal treatment and indigenous treatments. And then we estimated the bioaccessible iron of all these complementary food mixes to see the effect of different processing methods. It was found that the bioaccessible iron, which was below 1%, increased significantly in all the thermal treatments, and also indigenous treatment, indigenous processing methods also showed enhancement. And the iron content basically was around 4 to 5 mg in the CFMs we formulated, and the bioaccessible iron increased up to 10%. Among the CFMs formulated, CFM5, which had more of milk proteins, and CFM3, which had more of pulse proteins, showed the maximum bioaccessible iron. So these were considered for further formulations. Using the concept of the phytase activation and drum drying, we formulated instant kheer mix with enhanced bioaccessible iron. Here also we found that the iron content in the formulation was just 5.6 mg, and the bioaccessible iron in the untreated sample was 1 to 2%, which on adopting these treatment methods increased to 10 to 12%. Since the basic formulation iron is very low, even by increasing the bioaccessibility, we could not achieve much. So we felt that fortification is a must, and we fortified these two mixes. First, we dephytonized it and processed through drum drying and spray drying. Then we fortified the mixes with ferrous fumarate and sodium ion EDTA, as these are the commonly allowed ones in food for complementary food mixes, and they were further enhanced by using fruit powders, organic acids, beta carotene, and to avoid this menu fatigue, we also formulated a complementary food mix of salty variant, wherein salt and spices were also used as enhancers. Now, after fortifying the mixes, the iron content was increased from 6 to 12 mg, and their bioaccessibility with ferrous fumarate was 15 to 16%, and sodium ion EDTA showed a higher bioaccessibility as anticipated. Then these mixes were further fortified with these fruit powders. Here we can see that all fruit powders enhance the bioaccessible iron in both native and fortified complementary food mixes, but apple powder and orange powder at 10% showed higher increment. Similar trend was observed in both the CFMs. Now coming to organic acids, as fruit powders are expensive, we also tried with pure organic acids, and here also we found that citric acid showed the higher enhancement in both the formulations, and we also tried to see if cardamom also has any enhancing effect. that showed a good enhancement in both the complementary food mixes. Now we added spices at 1 and 2% level along with salt, as salt is a good dephytonizing agent. Along with salt, we tried adding the common spices which are used in the children food, which is known to improve the digestibility. We tested and we found that ajwain, pepper, and cardamom showed good enhancement. So to summarize our study, the bioaccessible iron, which was 0.4% in native mixes, was enhanced to 2.6% by dephytonization, then to 5.1% by thermal processing, then 16.5% by fortification, and finally with the enhancers, we were able to reach up to 23%. And here we wanted to, till now we were doing bioaccessibility only, which is an in vitro method. So we wanted to see whether this will be able to overcome anemia. So we went for an animal model where we followed a depletion-repletion model. Here we took weaning Wistar rats of 30 to 40 grams. And we divided the rats into 4 groups. 2 are control groups and 2 are anemia-induced rat groups. In the control group, 1 group was fed the standard AIN 93 diet and other group was fed with our complementary food mix with enhanced bioaccessible iron. Similarly, in the iron deficiency-induced groups also, 1 group was given the AIN 93 diet and another group our complementary food. So this is the composition of the diets fed to the rats during depletion period, wherein you can see the iron content of the depleted group was just 0.1 mg. That is, we fed the AIN 93 diet devoid of iron to induce anemia. So we did 4 weeks of depletion and after that we repleted the animals for a period of 6 weeks. We found that the feed efficiency ratio of the control groups was almost similar. That is, the AIN 93 diet and our complementary food mix was similar, but in case of on repletion, the complementary food fed group showed a better gross feed efficiency. And in case of deficiency induced groups also, similar trend was observed with complementary food group showing a better feed efficiency. And we analyzed all the hematological parameters to see if our complementary food mix was able to revert anemia. The hemoglobin levels were reverted completely with the complementary food groups in the iron deficient group, and in the control group they were able to maintain the hemoglobin levels. Similarly, hematocrit also showed the same trend, but in case of serum ferritin, it did not completely revert either with our complementary food group during the repletion, indicating that the period of intervention had to be increased. Now coming to the conclusion, bioaccessibility of iron of cereal pulse-based food can be enhanced by multiple strategies of dephytonization, by endogenous phytase activation, thermal treatment, and further reducing the molar ratio of mineral to phytate by mineral fortification. This complementary food mix represents our cereal pulse-based diet. So any of these strategies can be adopted even in other foods. Addition of organic foods and spices apart from helping in preservation and preserving the oxidative state of the minerals also enable the absorption. These enhancers also improved organoleptic acceptability. The enhanced bioaccessible iron base CFM was able to retrieve anemia in iron deficiency induced rats. Partial reversal of storage iron indicate the need for long-term intervention. Thank you. I also thank my student Aishwarya Jaiswal, whose work formed part of this presentation. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. As I received the message from organizing committee members, there is a validatory function at 5 p.m.
Oh.
So I think we have finished with all the presentations.
Yes.
So let me conclude this session now.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to thank my co-chair of this session, Jyoti Lakshmi Madam, for kind cooperation, help for the carrying out all these talks and arranging it and coordinating with me in a very effective manner. Secondly, I would like to thank the speakers of this session, Professor Kojare sir from Aurangabad, and secondly Shantanu Das Gupta sir from Reliance Limited, for valuable inputs on this aspect. I would like to thank all the organizing committee members, patrons of this ICFoST, Chairperson Dr. Udayana Pure sir, Co-Chairperson Alok Srivastav sir, then Organizing Secretary Vikas Chauhan sir, Bhagwan Sakre sir, and Nikshata madam, then conveners and members and advisory board members of this this conference. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank all the sponsors, especially the organizing teams, ICFoST, ICFTRI, DFRL, and the ICT Mumbai, for making this platform available to us for sharing our thoughts and views on this scientific forum. So with this, thank you very much. And I think, may I declare this session has concluded and we can join to the valedictory function soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.